Hello, welcome in and happy Monday. How are we? Hello, friends. How goes it? Hope everyone is having a good start to their week. Welcome in. Pocket Problem. Hello, friend. What's up, Corey? Mags. Hello. What's up, Twin Feather? Abake, Flame, Lear, Ethereal, Taz, Cruz, Fangs, Juju. Oh, my Lanta. The heat broke. It did a little bit here, too. Yeah, man. It did here, too. A little bit of rain cooled it down. That's for sure. Yeah. All right. It's weekly time. What a great name. Amazingly Aquarius. Thank you so much for the prime. What a wonderful name. Okay. Cool. Should be groovy. Ribs, thank you for the 17 months. Trains, thank you for the follow. Momo, thank you for the 13. Oh my goodness. Blue Raptor, hello. What's up, Splat? Oh, never this early. Well, look it. Look it. It's another weekly, man. Listen, I have never missed a single weekly. You can go back through my channel on the tubes and go to the weekly playlist. I have not missed a single one. Not a one. I don't plan on starting now. Mr. Cap. Hello, Captain Icefire. How are you, sir? How the hell are you? Oh my God. Oh my God. Echo, thank you for the 30 months. Cyril, thank you for the 3. Relentless, thank you for the biddies. What is happening? Got it bookmarked on the tube. I appreciate you. Yeah, man. We've got, oh my God. There's over what now? There's like 170 of them. Like 175 or 176 of them or something. Yeah. Pixel, I'm good. How are you? Oh, Teeny, you're good. Listen, half the time it does that for me anyway. All of a sudden I'll be hanging out in a channel and I'm like, I know that I was following this person and now I'm not. So yeah, notifications are all kind of busted, Teeny. You're all good, friend. Don't worry about it. Oh my God. Athena, thank you for the 13 months. The weekly scares you. What is this one? Is this the speed one? Been better. It could be worse. Was in a motorcycle accident 2 weeks ago. What the hell, Cap? Are you okay? You know, you're not Batman. You're Batman. Yeah. Some people. Speed demons. Okay. Roger that. There's like a hair. It's like there's a hair like hanging like right here. Yeah. Mr. 420. Hello. Tashi. Hi, friend. Good to see you. Cousin Tony. Hello. Galaxy Gamer Gal. Thank you for the 11 months. Everything's faster. Never played anything more than 100. The cheat sheet. The cheat sheet. It is a very useful tool, especially if you're not used to the ghost being a different speed like that. I do not hunt with different speed ghosts very often. It's really useful. Very useful. Didn't know you had a Twitch. Not going to lie. I thought you were a YouTube streamer. Kind of all the above, Cammy. Yeah, trying to be a little bit of everywhere. Yeah. No, you're not Batman. I'm Batman. Yeah. See, we can read this together. We can read it together. There's underscores and everything. Spooky Queen. Look at that emote. Oh my God. I know that emote from somewhere. How many games are we playing today? Great question. I don't know. Phasmocheatsheet.com, Korea. You can do that from your phone, from desktop, wherever. It doesn't matter. It's friendly on all platforms. So yeah. I'm not 100% today. Like, because I don't know how long the weekly is going to take me. So the weekly days, I'm always kind of iffy about what I want to do after. So we'll just kind of play it by ear. Yeah. Haven't opened a game in like 2 weeks waiting for the big update. I understand. There's a lot of people that are waiting for it for sure. Speed Demons is this weekly. Yeah. What's up, Karen? Hello. But let's go ahead and get Phasmo open now so we can get movins. Get schmovins. Solo. Yeah, I'm doing solo. This round of weeklies that I've been doing for the past however many weeks, these have all been solo runs. Yeah, what's nice about going back and forth is that you guys can see what it's like as a solo player, just in case maybe you don't have peeps to do the weekly with. But then it's also, I like doing them with friends as well, just because it's fun. So I kind of try to do a mixed bag. I couldn't get the step sounds to work. Stella, we can go over it. I can show you in case you're having some issues. Yeah. How's Mrs. Flash? She's doing great. She's hanging out with a friend right now. Yeah, the kiddos are having a last to leave challenge. The missus is hanging out with her friend, and we are here. All is well. Hi, all is well. Wegadins, thank you for the 18 months. Hi, break. Managed to get the Ranger badge earlier. Nice. Luke, oh, hey, how are you? No, you didn't get a chat ban. You had your chat message removed. Correct. Yeah, there's a difference. Send some pics. Oh my God, Cap. Good Lord, man. I have a brother-in-law who's been in a couple accidents. Please be safe. Wolfie, hello, welcome in. Hello, first-time chatter. Good to see you. Last to leave. What are they trying not to leave? The basement. Next to me. In that room. Yeah. So they come upstairs when they have to, kind of thing. So the missus is not upset about that at all. Yeah. I don't know if you remember, I finally caught my Thay and somehow had 4 mimics in a row. Damn, dude. 4. Good Lord. You lucky dog. You lucky dog. Check Discord when you get a chance. I will, Mr. Cap. Thank you, sir. I'll take a look. Do I need to like get ready to like close one eye or something? Vendry, thank you for the follow. So today we're going to change it up a little bit with the wheel. I was asking, I did ask Discord. I said, how do we want to change it up from just having the good wheel? Do we want to change it up to different things? Do we want to do a combination of both? Some like that was one of the suggestions, was like maybe try to combine them, maybe do something else from time to time. So I think that's going to be the plan. Every now and then we're going to change up what this is. So for today, at least, it's going to be a wheel of both. I didn't realize that purple would be clear. All right. Whoops. It's trying to key out the purple. But so today's wheel is a mixture of both. So when we hit it, it's either good or bad, or it could be mod's choice, or it could be chat's choice, or it could be ×2 where I have to do 2 things, which could be, it could be a gross soda and spicy beans. Who knows? But that is available all day, friends. It exists. Yeah. She-Wolf, thank you for the 60 months, friend. Archmage, hello. Her disgusting soda. Yeah, they still exist. Hold on. Here, we'll turn that up a pinch. Like that. What sodas do you have besides range? I need to adjust that wheel, actually. I've got peanut butter and jelly. Hey, Mark. I've got peanut butter jelly. I've got enchiladas, which I had for dinner, but not the soda. Olive and dirt. Been following the World Cup? Not really. My kiddos have a little bit. Not too much, though. How goes it? Like that. Hi, Death Goddess. Good to see you. I don't remember. I've had it once before, but it was a while ago. It was a long time ago. Yeah, it was during our St. Jude stuff. For sure. Sushi, thank you so much for the 5 months. Nettie, thank you for the 8 months. Oh, my. Christian, it's good to see you too, friend. Brazil lost, so you stopped caring. Oh, that's fair. Grossest I've drank? Ranch. Ranch, by far. There's not even a question to be had here. It is the grossest one that there is. It is the only one that has made me gag. Quite literally gag. Least gross. Probably pickle. The one that is pickle, it tastes like pickle. And I don't, if you hated pickle, then yeah, it would probably be really gross. But I don't mind. So it's good. Like that one you can chug and be like, I'm good. It's really pickle. No, that one does not say 100% pickle. Mustard says 100% mustard. Hi, Millsy. Hello, friend. Want to try the pickle soda? If you get that in your bunch of sodas, like if you order a pack of them or whatever, it's definitely not a bad one. Peanut butter is in what ranking? Oh God, do I have to do like a gross soda tier list? It's not up there. It's not good. Probably already answered this with the Willow rework. Are you still going to be able to get the early access for it? I don't know, Jess. Yeah, not sure yet. If I do, I will definitely make sure to let you guys know. But as of right now, I'm not sure. So I'll keep you guys posted. What sodas? No. They're just asking about like if I were to rank certain ones, where would I rank them? Like what's the worst? What's the best? Best as in least gross? Yeah. What soda are we talking about? They're called Lester Fixins. They're called Lester Fixins. We started this way back when I found them online for like a St. Jude thing. I like for one of our St. Jude incentives. I was like, this sounds stupid. Let's do it. So I added them, and then after St. Jude was over, I was getting asked about them. Like, would you do them again? Hey, you should probably bring them back. Hey, we should do. So then I ended up getting more. So yeah, they live in the fridge. They're a part of the wheel. What drink is your go-to every day? Coffee. I'd say that's my most common. Soda-wise, Sprite Zero. I found a blue cheese one at the old-timey store here in Buffalo. Oh, I don't like blue cheese. I've tried the bacon one from the store near me. Rocket Fizz, not good, not pleasant. Not good, not pleasant. No, not at all, right? Brand of coffee? Not really. I'm not that picky. I'm not a coffee snob. Yeah, I'm honestly not that picky because I inevitably put something like creamer in it anyway. So yeah. Hey, Tabber, how are you? Why do these exist? I don't know. I don't have an answer. I'm not sure. Diego, Cheater, thank you guys for the follows. Brianna, thank you for the 7 months. Johnny, thank you for the biddies. Also, if we do happen to land on the chat chooses, we're going to test something right now, actually. I'm going to do a drop via suggestion from somebody. We're going to do a parachute drop to basically decide who gets to be the one that chooses what's on the wheel. We're going to do a test right now to see how that goes. I'm usually more of like a medium. I'm more of a medium roast. Yeah. Ever tried Mexican Coke? Oh, yes, I have. Oh, for sure. Okay, let's give it a whirl real quick. So I don't know if this is going to work or not. I was trying to log into the website for the drop stuff and it wasn't letting me. This might not work today. And if it doesn't, we'll figure it out like we always do. Okay, it tried to drop. It turned on the site for it. But I think the reason it might not actually drop is because it's not letting me log into the website. Okay. Yeah, it's not working. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to, I went to their Discord, and their Discord, there were people even saying, hey, I can't do it. I haven't been able to get in there. So that's okay. Little Vampire, thank you for the 13 months. Kooky, thank you for the 5 months. Tried British cups of tea. I'm not a big tea guy. Not a big tea person. Here, I'm going to try to log into their website one more time. I have a feeling it's not going to work, and that's okay. It's not the end of the world. I don't remember the website. What about booze? My wife and I, you know, it's funny. Over time, like when we first got together and if we were talking about getting drinks, we never really could agree on what we wanted to drink. So at the end of the day, we ended up getting cider because we both could agree on it. So that's kind of basically where we've stuck. Whenever we want to get beer or something like that, we usually get cider. Just because it's nice. It's, yeah, quenches the thirsts. Where the hell? Okay, did the site just drop off the planet? There it is. What the French? All right, let me try to log into this again. If it doesn't let me, we'll have other methods. Well, other methods. Yeah, we can't do it today. That's okay. All good in the hood. Bro, unfortunately, I have to have my door shut because they're next door. It is hot in here already. Not good. Your blood is made out of sweet tea. All right, let's get that going too. Reds, because that's the only option down here. Woodchuck, if I have a choice. I like both. I usually like more of a dry. But we inevitably get like Angry Orchard or something like that just because it's simple. It's simple, it's easy. Most places are gonna have it. It's just easier that way. Yeah. Irish car bombs. Oh my god, Ollie. Good gravy. I feel like that means your blood is sugar water. I mean, that's probably true. No, I don't. I have a fan. No, I have a fan. That's not the problem. The problem is with the door being shut, air's not circulating. That's the issue. Yeah. FNAF, welcome back, friend. What's up, Pumpkin? Good to see you. Mira. Hello. Kaylee, thank you for the 10-month membership. Hello. Wine, Moscato, or Smoky Mountain Moonshine for me. Nice. I don't drink very often. It's kind of it's more of a rare thing for me, but we do it on occasion. Yeah. Is that what you mean when they say you're sweet? Oh, maybe. Especially for me. Yeah. Hey, Kaden, how are you? What's up, Cannabis Mom? Hello. Doc Shaw, thank you for the 3 months. Sitting on the beach in Pensacola, watching. Hey, let's go. How's the beach weather? How's that? Drinking triggers migraines for you? Fair. At least you're able to recognize that as a trigger, though. Damn, dude. I would quit drinking for the rest of my life if I knew, like, that was the one trigger. See ya. Bye. No thanks. What's up, Silver? How are you? Only Ish. Thank you for the Prime. Welcome in. Triggers are very hard to figure out. Yeah, especially if it's like multiple things. It's tough. It's very hard. And you can't just go to a doctor and be like, hey, doc, what's the trigger that's making my head feel like it's going to explode? It doesn't work like that. Hey, Heater, good to see you. We're doing the weekly challenge first, friends, and then I don't know how long this is going to take me. So I guess we'll see. We shall see. Got a whole list. I know certain things for sure that trigger for me. Yeah. Caffeine's a trigger for me, but both ways. If I have too much caffeine, too much caffeine will do it. If I don't eat, it'll do it. If I'm out in the sun too long, it'll do it. Yeah. Is there a plan for after? I don't know yet, Brennan. It's really tough when I don't know how long it's going to take. That's the hard part, because if the weekly takes me longer than expected, I don't want to have a plan on the back end that I can't go through with. You know what I mean? Yeah. Tone Bear, welcome in. Good to have you, friend. Hello. Not enough caffeine also does it, Ollie. Yeah, there's like a middle ground. Yeah, there's a happy medium. Trying to find a hydration stick that doesn't have any fake sugars in it. I'm struggling. A hydration stick? Hydration stick? Don't like this weekly? What's wrong? Oh, like Liquid IV. Oh, they make Liquid IV without sugar. Yeah, they make Liquid IV that has 0 sugar. And now I know what you mean by stick. Yeah, like the little packet sort of thingies. Yeah. This challenges your fear? Why? Because of Maple Lodge? I don't get it. What's wrong with this one? Oh yeah, the no sugar version is great. Is it raspberry? Raspberry lemonade, maybe? I don't remember what it's called now. If that's what it is, if I nailed it, that one's awesome. That one's amazing. The weekly really isn't bad. Did you already do it, Break? I can do Camp Woodwind, but something about Maple's just different. I mean, it's a pretty big map. Yeah. Lemon and pineapple. Oh, interesting. Ew. Tavern, we don't talk about religion, friend. Yep. No politics, no religion. That's usually a pretty blanket statement for most streams. Just a heads up for most, unless they bring it up first. Yeah. The reason we don't do that is because we don't want to count anybody out, friend. No, you're good. No, you're good. That's why I was giving you like the heads up. You're good. All good. Lemon lime almost frozen is amazing. Ooh, that sounds good. All right. Let's do the weekly things. If you're just coming in, friends, hello, welcome. Today for our wheel, we are doing something a little bit different. We are not going to have a good wheel if we reach the goal today. It's a little bit different. We are going to have a good / bad / mods or chat gets to choose what happens. So that will happen at each one. There's a possibility for me to have to spin this wheel twice at the same time. And there's the ability for possibly for one of you to get to choose whatever it is. So we will see how it goes today. What game on? Trisha, hello. I heard Baron's chat is where you. Don't you dare, Ollie. Don't you dare. He's going to yell at you. We're all going to laugh at you. Okay. Let's do our things. Logan, welcome in. This week's challenge is Speed Demons. There must be something in the air. Everyone's going crazy for 5K at Maple Lodge. There's the player settings. There's our ghost settings. There's our contract. And then our equipment is right over here, which is a lot of tier 2, a lot of tier 1, no igniter and no motion sensor. Sweet. Also, take note of the settings on this one because this one's a little tricky. The ghost is 150 speed. So if you are not used to that, if you're not sure how to judge 150 speed and you think you might have a ghost that's a different type of speed, phasmocheatsheet.com. It will take you, that's a domain that I bought. That domain will take you to the Zero Network Phasmo cheat sheet that has all sorts of information on it. Not to mention, if you come over to the tools section and you come down here, you can set this to 150 and then you can click on what ghost you think it might be and hear what a 150 Banshee sounds like. Or you can hear what a 150 Moroi sounds like whenever it is max speed. Or a Thay when it's really young. But it gives you an idea. And if you're not really sure in your head, you're like, I can't really tell the difference. There's a little BPM finder over here. You can literally just tap when you're listening to the ghost speed. So like if I was setting this to like 100 or something like that, just normal. If I was just tapping like the normal ghost speed, right? That's pretty close, right? Yeah. Oh, wait, did I? Yeah. Yeah, there we go. 1.7. That's literally normal ghost speed. That's like average ghost speed. So that's when you can see which ones it can't be. But there you go. I love it. There's so many, there are so many good things here. And if you're unsure, wait, do we have hiding? Do we have hiding for this? Hold on. Hold on. Hiding places are medium. So if you're not really sure where to hide, hold on. Hold on. Go back to the cheat sheet. If you're not sure where to hide, that is when, hold on, why is it not showing me the entire page? Come down here, go to the current map. You change this over to Maple Lodge. And then when you're in this, you come down here to Map Explorer, right? Inside of the Map Explorer, this is where you can come down to the bottom left and turn on official hiding spots. Now it's medium, so not every hiding spot's available, but you can see which spots are technically considered hiding spots. These little yellow icon, the little yellow eye icon, this will tell you if it's what it looks like when the hiding is available, what the hiding looks like when it's not available. Okay. All of these spots are technically hiding spots. All of them. Now, obviously some are going to be available. Some are not going to be available, but there's ones like this that no one ever thinks about. When these trash cans are not over here to the left of the games tent, you can go behind the tent and hide. Nobody ever thinks of that. This one right here, Where like you can go behind the bins? Never. No one ever thinks to go there. But it's a spot. Wow, indeed. Wow. Wow. What's it called again? Phasmocheatsheet.com. Yeah. It is the way, friend. It is the way. It's just about memorization as well, which I struggle with. Yeah, it's just the more you play, the more you're going to remember over time. It's different for everybody how long it takes to memorize it, right? It just depends. Yeah. I believe FlashForce is a combination of how he names his left fist and right fist. I don't know about that. Why do they make it a one-time reward on challenges? Because you're getting 5K when you're done the challenge. That's why. The point is not to bank with 1 or 2 games. The point is to finish 3 games and then you earn $5,000 from it. So yes, you could create a custom that would give you more than this, but this is just a way for you to play the game without having to add anything of your own. The only thing that the weekly challenge costs you is time. You don't spend a single dollar to do this. You don't provide your own equipment. It is all theirs. So it's just about time. Can you explain non-official hiding spots? Yeah, they're just non-official hiding spots, natural hiding spots, what we call them, are spots where it's less likely for a ghost to roam to that spot, but it's not a guarantee that it won't. So a good example of this would be like Edgefield. That little spot in the back of the hallway of Edgefield, that little like dresser thing we tuck behind, great natural hiding spot. You can crouch down behind that thing and the ghost can't see you. However, you're not safe. You're not 100% safe in that spot. I like to go back there with a smudge because if the ghost just so happens to roam back there, I want to have the ability to get it the hell away from me. Tanglewood, Nancy's room. Correct. You walk in, the dresser, like to the left, you go behind that and you tuck to the left. Less likely the ghost will come to that spot. It's possible. It's just less likely. Would it be possible to show one? Yeah. Let me pull up the cheat sheet again. Yeah. So on here, it actually shows you in the same place that you would see these. So unofficial hiding spots. Let me turn off the official ones. Unofficial hiding spots. You can see what those look like by turning this on down here at the bottom left in the same spot. These are spots that are always available, but they are never 100% safe. I mean, technically, like regular hiding spots are also never 100% safe because if the ghost just so happens to open the closet door and you're not paying attention, you could get, but yeah. So you can see these spots are great natural hiding spots and there's a star rating to let you know how good of a spot it is. The higher the star rating, the better of a natural hiding spot that it is. Like this one right here. So when you come around the corner from the, you come from the entrance, go over here like you're going to head to the cabin. You come over here, you pass like before you get to the porta potty on the right where the axe is in the log, this spot back here is a natural hiding spot that will never disappear. Never disappear. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah. Coach, hi, friend. What is my most satisfying run? I don't know. I forgot to mark it in my journal. Most satisfying run? Why the hell would I know that? How you doing, Coach? Coach, I went back and was watching part of your Mecha Chameleon run, by the way. That was making me giggle a bit. All right. Are we ready? No, you just started playing. It was like your first time playing ever. God, give yourself a break, bruh. Malix, thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate it. All right. Again, let's refresh what the settings are. So I can sprint. I have normal sanity. We have 3 evidence, but the ghost is 150 speed. So if we're not sure of the speed, if it sounds weird to us, we can always use the unofficial cheat sheet just to listen. But it helps. Changing favorite room is very high, which kind of sucks. Not a good time. Sanity monitor's on, activity monitor's on, and we have the monkey paw every time. All right, let's go. Gonna be spicy? We'll see. What is your best tip for beginners? Nowhere to hide, don't die. What do you use to see how much time you have before another hunt is coming? I have on my stream deck, I have timers set up for that. So like I have 5 different timers set up. I've got 25 seconds, 60, 90, 180, and 120. So the 25-second is the grace period from whenever a hunt ends to when another hunt begins. If it's less than that, then it's a demon, because a demon can do it at 20. 60 is the demon smudge timer. 90 is for all the regular ghosts. 180 is for a spirit timer. And the 120, it's just here for other stuff. But it's also here. I could use it for the Obombo, but really we know a better way for the Obombo is just to check our watch. Way better of a way. All right. Let's see. Any lucky orbs by chance? Very unlikely. Oh, get out of town. Oh, I haven't had Maple Lodge camera orbs in forever. Oh my God. Look how fast we are. Good grief, dude. Hey, what's up, Queen? Love the vids. Thank you. All right. Well, we've already got one piece of evidence and we know where the ghost is. So the ghost is over here by the dock. Love it. So we could take, let's see. Now I wonder if it's technically here or over there, room separation wise, because it's not on the dock. It's just near it. Hard to say. Oh, it's on the dock. It just moved over there, right? Yeah, there it is. Good deal. And it's the ghost can't move because I haven't opened the front door yet. All right, let's do this. Do this. And we'll do a spirit box check. I'm not going to be able to see very much. All right, we might need a flashlight just so we can see what's going on. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Good deal. Ghosty's friendly with Jason? Yeah. Ghosty has a friend. Power on? Sag. I don't remember. I was going to say, I did see the power on the sheet. Jason Voorhees. Yeah, he's our buddy. Our bucko, our pal. All right, we'll turn this light on. We know that the ghosty is over here. So we'll set that up. Oh, wait, is this going to work? Probably not. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you?
Far from
Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near?
Down far from their home.
Okay, so you're roaming back and forth around here just a little bit. I'll leave that light off, actually. Yeah, that's for the better. It was Jason. Jason responded. There we go. By doing this, less likely to need the flashlight. Sweet. So we've got spirit box and orbs all ready. Love it. And I can also see my sanity, which is great. All right, so let's see. Cormo, Smare, Diane, Onryo, or a Yokai. Okay. Well, time to just start trucking stuff over there. Might get lucky if we see dots here. Well, if we see dots, what would it be? It'd be a Yokai. Generous ghosty. It's being a pretty nice ghosty. Coach, thank you for the 42 months, Frando. Yeah, Ella Barber is the ghosty's name. Are you a yokai? I'm not going to sit here for very long, though, because we want to guess the Steppens. All right, let's go. Let's roll. How would you identify a mimic on no evidence? With the orbs, because the orbs are always with the mimic because they're not actual evidence for it. It's fake evidence. Can be a mimic. Well, yeah, but if I have dots, it's not going to be a mimic, though. All right. Book down. Let's do some salt. More likely for it to walk through that. I haven't heard it do anything yet, though. Hold on. Where is my... This one. Check where it is. Where are you? Are you here?
Taken away.
Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Oh, you better come this way, you turd. Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Damn, what a butthead. It's over there throwing stuff. You son of a bitch. Okay. Let's go get more stuff. Gosh dang it. Possible Wraith. No, Wraith is off the table. No, but the ghost is set to where it can move rooms. Like it has a higher chance of moving rooms, so we're just gonna have to get everything over there and just keep moving with it, basically. But I'll check to see. I'll see if the orbs are on the dock still, because I do not see them anymore. Man, what a butt. All right, give me this. Give me this. Give me this. All right, let's roll. Yeah, the dock absolutely can be one of the ghost rooms. Mm-hmm. Annoying on a big map. Listen, I'm not going to be that upset about it because the fact that I know where the ghost was, at least, before we even entered the map, I can't be that upset. Yeah, look. Oh. Ooh. It's doing stuff on the dock. Look. Now, I heard you. Where? Where was that? Is that over here? I think it was this one. All right, I don't think we have UV. Oh, freezing is going to be hard if he's changing rooms. I mean, if she's changing rooms a bunch. Yeah, orbs are still over there. Okay. All right. Give me this. Give me this. Let's put you down. Put you down. It might be freezing. Hey, what's up, Silver? Maybe it is freezing. First time I didn't know where the key was to the cabin for 10 minutes. Yeah, if you don't know. I mean, I guess we kind of had to figure it out on our own, too. Oh, it's so close. It's so close. Come on. Did you move again? Did you move again? You son of a bitch. I think it did. Maybe. The orb's here. Okay, pick a room. The orb is here. Okay, so let's just pretend for a minute. Hold on. I don't know. I can't see my stuff. Oh. I heard that. That was like right next to me. What the hell? What's up, Edgy? What the hell is going? Oh, it's a ghost fart. Okay. All right. Sandy's at 75, which is fine. I'm very unsure about this ghost. Okay, the orb's there, so it officially has moved again. Now it is over there. I'll put this here. I'll check temps again. such a dog. Ah. It sounds like it's so far away. I hate it here. I could always use the monkey paw and make it hunt if I have to. Look, no, what? Dying. There we go. Figured it out. Ay, ay, ay. It is trolling me. I kept trying to follow all the things it was doing, but I couldn't get that freaking EMF reader over there. Oh, dang it. I wish for fog. Yeah, I like that. Oh, look, Slendy. That's our buddy. He was trying to see us out. Let's go. Diane. Fighter of the night, man. Ah. Nice. Let's go. Hey, Fedoria. Hello.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Let's go, Asa Diane. We don't need to get anything but the ghost correct. That is it. And you don't even have to live if you don't want to. It's up to you. But there's one. Let's go back. Number 2. I don't know if we're going to get that lucky, though. Probably not. We're going to probably have to do some searching on this one.
We're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare
Ooh, it's
accordingly
snowing.
before starting the investigation.
Ooh, it's snowing.
I've got a report
Okay.
that suggests a possible ghost sighting.
Where's my power? Power is over to the right. Again, same place, basically. Ooh, it's snowing. I might use the parabolic on this one. That might be the way. Yeah, I got lucky on the last one. That's okay. That is okay. All right. No up snow. No. Not that I could tell. I mean, we could still have orbs. It just might be elsewhere. I didn't grab a lighter, did I? Damn. What was the last ghost to die in? Is this hiding open? Yes, it is. How do we use the tier 2 parabolic to locate the ghost room in larger maps? By by going back and forth. The same way you would use the tier 1. The same exact way. The parabolic microphone is like a cone, and the cone goes out and goes to the width of like 6 meters and then just goes straight forward for 30 meters. Yeah. Oh, are there lighters? Oh, yeah, that's right. I don't think I actually do have lighters. Oh, yeah. Well, that would explain why I didn't grab one. Ambient sound. Nothing yet. Okay. Looking for anything that's like moved out of place. Quick, let's do the ring Easter egg. Works for me like 50% of the time. Damn. Sage. Oh, let's go check upstairs. Nothing looks out of place. So either it hasn't moved anything. I think I found it. Avalar, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you for the tier 2 sub, man. Thank you, thank you. All right, Get some lights on so we can see where we're going a little bit here. Wiener, wiener, cheek and diener. That is correct. Right, that's on. That's on. We're good. Hi, caramba. All right. We know where the ghosty is, but we have really no information. So let's go get some. You can use this to look for EMF 5 if you get lucky. No, nothing crawls out of it. No. When you turn the TV on, there's a 30% chance that the phone will ring. It's cold out. The ghost said, not for me. Although this should be like its domain, right? Any orbicals by chance? I don't think so. All right. Let's go get more. That I can handle? Yeah, no. The ghosty doesn't come flooring it out of the TV, although that would be really cool. Nope. Vampire, think of the biddies. The next ghost should be able to raise the temperature. That'd be interesting. You mean for like a new mechanic for the ghosty? That'd be kind of cool. You hooker. It threw my camera. How dare you? Where's the ghosty at? Upstairs in the cabin. Knocked over my camera because it's mean. Sorry, we'll figure it out. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? Are you here?
Struck from behind.
UV spirit box. Okay. I did not see orbs, although... Wait, you also threw the book, didn't you? Where's my book at? Hey! It's over there. Okay. We have 3 evidence we can cross off writing. That's EMF, dots are freezing. Do a quick little thermo check. I think it's a phantom. I could be wrong, though. Now, if it's a phantom, you know what that means? That this ghost should be coming all the way to the front to come say hello, which it has not done. I kind of want to see if it will. It'll come say hi to us. Just a hunch. I could change the snow so we can see a little better. Do the fog again. I did mark phantom, right? I did. Okay. I always like the fog. The fog is my jam. I wish for fog. Okay, let's also get Toe. Toe, where you at? There you are. Got it. He is saved. So, what happens is, see what happened was, the Phantom has the ability to stalk the player anywhere on the map. Now, unfortunately, I can't show you via motion sensors, but I can show you via salt the ghosty walking. The shortest path should be this direction. So what should happen is, it should walk, you son of a bitch. It should walk basically there to there to there. And then once it gets to here, it'll set that EMF reader off. Let's see if it does it in a decent amount of time. We won't sit here for too long just in case Ghosty doesn't feel like stalking us, but we know that it's a phantom. Place some dots. I could try. That's a good idea. We have some dots right here. Why not, eh? I'll take a smudge just for funsies. You never know. Here, I'll just hold it. No lighter. Nope. I'm just holding a smudge because I can. So that should be the shortest path from the ghost to me. It walking through that area right there. So when it decides to stalk us, it's going to come all the way from the upstairs cabin, or it's just going to hunt instead and try to murder us. Oh. Had a blood moon on your second round during the weekly. Thank God I was in the front area. Oh, man. Well, I could just let it get me. Do we have a lighter? No. I'm going to throw my smudge at it. You don't want none? You don't want none? Ugh. Got her. She didn't know what hit her. Let's see. She was going so fast, she was really unsure what just smacked her in the face. It was a smudge. That's how we do it.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Now, did she? Let's see. No. Nope, at no point. That's okay. Phantom. We could also see it from the blinks, so if I wasn't really sure, if we didn't get all the evidence yet, I would have known by watching the blinks. So, I'll take it. That is number 2. Let's do number 3. Hi. All right, let me snooze just in case ads are trying to play, but we'll run them after.
Whoever was here must have summoned the ghost with a cursed object. Investigate it, but be careful. You don't know what it's capable of.
Hey, this isn't from what I think it is it? It doesn't look like it. It looks normal. What is that from? Is that from the car? Yeah. Okay, it must be from the vehicle or something. All right. Brian Cray. Well, you can't be a banshee and you can't be a Diane. The breaker is past the potty on the right. All right. Let's do this. Do this. This will be the way. Since it's not snowing, it's going to be a little bit easier. And if I want to, I really could just go change the weather right now so we don't have to listen to the rain. Could be the way. Are there any limitations to the changing your favorite rooms? It has to be... Oh, did it just do something? F it. I wish for fog. I thought I heard something, but I'm not sure. Fly guy, what up, friend? I can always trap the ghost too. And then I can check and see if any of like the tents are locked or anything like that. But you guys can see my sanity now is a little under 75 because of that wish. Don't be back here again. Don't do this to me. I swore I thought I heard. Maybe I didn't. I thought I heard it throw something. And maybe I did. I don't know. You know what I'm gonna want to do? Let's go take a pill, and then I'm going to start checking temps. Because if it's close, I want to know. What's up, Maggie? All right, chug, chug. Ooh, it's doing something in there. None of the tents look like they've been touched. I has returned. Hello, Mel. How was your stream, friend? Oh, are you effing kidding me? What? It is on the dock again. DX, welcome in. What the hell? Was it a good time? Hell yeah. What the f... Aiden's like 50 hours deep and 5 stars already. It's insane. Oh my god. See what you did? This is all your fault. You know the dock was possible? That was the first place that we had the first ghost. Alright, I did not see any orbs over there, so we'll take this, this, and this. Yeah, sanity-wise, we're okay. Ghosty's fishing? No, Ghosty's hanging out with Jason. Yeah. Ghosty's hanging out with Jason. Oh, that was my fault. There we go. Katie Cat, welcome in. How are you? He wants to say hi to Jason. We'll say hi to Jason. As long as he doesn't try to kill him. The ghost, not Jason. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you?
Taken away.
Taken away. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you?
Close to him.
Right here.
Where are you? Can I get me? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? What the hell, dude? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? Okay, dude, fine. Whatever. No, 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 no. How are we supposed to light the incense without a lighter? You're not. They just give us the smudge out of spite. That's basically all. That's all that's for. Yeah. Dongles, how are you? I'm good. Miss around. Yeah, we did the first 2 already. Yep, yep. We're on to number 3. If you get to the room fast, it's all 3 evidence. So that's really all you have to do. Let's see if we get lucky. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe we'll get lucky. If it does dots, it should be pretty noticeable. What was the second ghost? It was a phantom. What was the point of them giving incense? To be mean. No, no, you're good. Ethereal, you're fine. No, no, no. They did not give us any. All right, give me this. I've got that in my hand. We got this. What the hell? This might be this so far. Maybe. I don't know. Callie, thank you for the beaties. I dothn't know. Hope the night has been going swimmingly. It has so far. Maybe EMF 5? No writing. I kind of want to not put the salt down until I know for sure. Oh. Do not see any UV. Unless it's an Obake screwing with us, but off of Spirit Box, Obake's already gone. And is that over here? Mew, thank you for the raid. Twin Feather, thank you for the gifted, dude. Thank you. Hold on. Give. They touch the post? They do. They can. Uh-huh. Are you changing rooms on me, you stinky? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? You're here, dude. Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? What the hell is going on? Bringer of Plenty, hello, how are you? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you close? Are you angry? Are you here? Are you near? Are you over here? Are you there? Are you here? Are you near?
See, it's all in one.
No, you're not. Where are you?
Right here.
No, you're not, you sack of crap. I can't get me. I never can get me. Where are you? Are you here? Are you angry? Are you old? Whatever, dude. Okay. What are we missing? What are we missing? Oh no, ads are playing. Oh no. I tried to snooze them. I'm in the middle of the map. I can't get out. Okay. I'm gonna need to get more stuff anyway. So we'll make our way to the front. Can't ask their age, it's insensitive. Well, I mean, it is trying to kill me in all fairness. Daughter says hi and it's a raid. What does she know? Watch her. Watch. She's going to be right. All right, let's get more stuff from the truck. While we're here, we are going to pause for ads. We are going to pause. Waiting for ads. Waiting for ads. Okay. There we go. There we go. I try my best to wait. If it's like that, it was in the middle like that, that caught me off guard. What are some fun questions to ask with the mic to the Ouija board and Spirit Box? I mean, you could ask it whatever you want, but like, it just depends. Like Baron likes to ask how many pickles it can fit up its butt. You can ask if it likes beards, all kinds of fun stuff. Yeah. It just, just give it a whirl and see if it answers you. Oh, did you wait for people? I try to. I try to keep us all in a nice, even playing field. That way, for those that are not subbed or don't have turbo, that way they're not missing out. I don't want them to have to miss stuff too. You always get my response? I rarely get me. Are you friends? Yeah. Do smudge sticks light off campfires if the ghost lights it up? Yes, they do. So if the ghost just so happens to light the campfire, you can use the campfire to light the smudge. Yeah. Your go-to is Are You Pizza? That's a good one. Yeah. What are my hours? Oh, I don't know, 4K or something like that, probably. Ish. I'd have to go and check. Yeah, been playing basically since like 2021. Favorite clip of someone using the board was the guy that thought that the countdown was the ghost's age, like he asked. Oh. Best way to figure out the ghost and the ghost evidence for someone who's only been playing for about 3 months. I can't figure out the EMF because it never goes past 1 and the temperature takes too long. If you're not getting anything above EMF 1, that means you're never getting any ghost interactions. So the best thing you can do is try to figure out the ghost room. And if you're having trouble figuring out where the ghost room is, that's where checking the temperatures and seeing if it's going lower. Typically, if it's lower than like 10 Celsius, it gives you a good range that the ghost might be near that area, especially if the power's on. Yeah, Night. Hello, friend. How was the 4th of July weekend? It was good. It was good. How was yours? All right, ads are done. We are back. What's up, Buckeye? How are you? Flying Cat, hello. Worst ghost for APOC 3? Jin. Yeah, Jin. Definitely one of them. Because you get zero information from a Jin. Because on APOC 3, the breaker's broken, so you can't test for a Jin in any way, shape, or form. All you can do is eliminate every other ghost. That's all you can do. Temp sounds like a tier problem. Tier 1 is the worst one. Well, tier 1 used to be pretty goated, and then they made sure to stop that pretty fast. The Moroi for APOC 3 is absolutely horrible. Yeah, but you know what it is, though. I worked, but I saw some fireworks. Nice. All right. Okay. I'm not exactly sure if this ghostie is staying in the same spot, but I do know that it is going ham on the activity board. Absolutely going ham. All right, I'm going to bring some more salt so we can hopefully check for a wraith, possibly. And I'm going to bring a video camera too, just in case. Maybe I'm getting unlucky with where the orbs might be, if it's orbs, which I don't think it is. You ask the ghost if it's like pickles most of the time and it kills you because you've offended it. Some ghosts are very sensitive about their pickles and they're not interested in trying to, give you that information. What's up, Dez? I'm good. How's it going? Now I see my breath over here, which... Oh, and it walked in. Nice. It's not a wraith. Well, we weren't going to have orbs anyway. I could have crossed that off already. I checked for UV, right? Didn't I check for UV? Freezing writing. It's a spirit. We have EMF 5. We have writing and we have spirit box. Yeah, on the post. Yeah. Yeah, it's a spirit. Here, we'll go. You burst this light too, didn't you? Oh no, you didn't. Just over there. Yay. All right, I'm gonna go get the monkey ball. We'll let the ghostie get a hug. Hold on. Wait, what did I do with it? It's right there. Two levels away till you're 50. Nice. All right, I need. Give me this. Let's see if we can figure out where it is. Shall we? I'm gonna put this down. If I speak, it might hear me, and I don't want to do that just yet. Where was that? That sounded so far away. That sounded so far away. F it. I don't care. I don't know where it is. I wish to see the ghost. I wish to see the ghost. Oh, there you are. Hi. Wow, bro, you're going to event on my death? That's pretty rude. Maybe the ghostie's lonely? I mean, he basically was teabagging at that point.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Nice. We didn't need a single hunt for that entire time to figure out what the ghosts were. Not a single one. We were able to figure every single one of them out without it. There's the 5K. That's 3 games. Maple Lodge. Done. Nice. Nice, nice. Withering Witch. Hi, homie. How are you? When Doc was marked for death on Ridgeview. Oh, the pianer? Yeah. Doc made a pianer song. Yeah. He made a pianer song using AI. He's made some pretty good ones. I'm telling you, it's not as simple as just saying, make me a song about blah, blah, blah. He does a really good job because he also writes the lyrics for them too. That's what makes it really good. Piano song is so good. Oh, and the and cheese. Oh yeah. There's a few couple. Oh yeah. Wait, he was going, wait, what? What? Nikki, thank you for the follow. Ego, welcome in. Hello. Torment, hello. Where does Doc post his songs? I don't know if he posts some of those in his Discord or not. He might, but I'm not exactly sure. Want to release the stream. Have a great night. Thank you, Katie. I appreciate you coming in to say hello. What's up, Pumpkin? How are you? All right. Per the usual, we'll go to Nightmare until I figure out what I want to do next. Until we figure out the plans. All right. I'm going to go... Speaking of pianers. He doesn't post the AI ones. There you go. Some he might, though. He might put them in his Discord. Didn't have the question mark. Brain. Oh, brain works faster than typing. No, you're okay. Oh, my Lanta. Do I like sausage checks? Listen, you don't ask a guy about his sausage checks. The piano one's in his Discord. There you go. Here, we'll go into Ridgeview and I'll play it. Wait, the and cheese or the piano one? Pianer? What's up, Sleepy? How are you? Why do you use a tier 1 sound sensor? Because I just haven't upgraded it. That's all. That's literally the only reason why. I just haven't upgraded it. Clip was funny. All right, so this was the AI song that Doc made for the pianer. Let's go to Ridgeview and set up for Nightmare while this is happening. Let me know if it's too loud, by the way.
Well, here comes death.
It's almost in time with the steps. So not comfortable running Nightmare? It's all time, dude.
I'm in the room with you and a ghost, and that's nothing new. What's that you say? No, back away from the keys in the corner or you'll die today. Yes, I know you think you're funny, but we're here to make some money. So get out of all the shadows and away from the piano now. Ooh, do I need to wave it round like a banner?
The piano break is so good.
I need to write it down in your planner. Caressing keys is so ill-mannered. Ghosty gonna give you the hammer. You can dress up really nice in your bandana or a flannel. Oh, but the ghosty gonna get you if you're touching the piano. That's right. That's right.
It's in the room with the piano.
Well, you messed up. Yeah, you
It's in the room with the piano.
Your piano poking has the ghosty running amok. We're not okay. Now run away. Or the ghosty gonna get you. Now we're dying today. Yes, you played your little ditty oh so softly and so giddy, but this revy isn't pretty. Now it's strangulation city. That's right. No, we shouldn't meander after your musical slander. That's why I'm always saying no. When you try to play the piano, it's just a coy and clever trap. Holy crap, look at that. A dramatic neck snap now.
A dramatic neck snap.
Round like a banner. Ooh, I need to write it down in your planner. Caressing the keys is so ill-mannered. The ghost is gonna give you the hammer. You can dress up nice in your bandana or a flannel. Oh, but the ghost is gonna get you if you be.
It's not unreal.
touching the piano.
Sleepy Void, thank you for the follow, by the way.
Played it cool, now you're the fool. So piano's funny, you better run it. What
You
chord
better
was that?
runny.
A B flat. How about that? Yeah! Oh, I need to wave it around like a banner. Oh, I need to write it down in your planner. Caressing the keys is so ill-mannered. The ghost is gonna give you the hammer.
Where are you?
You can dress up nice
Are you
in
here?
your bandana or a
Where are you?
Oh,
Are you here?
ghost is gonna get you if you be touching the piano. Look out!
I touched it.
Look out!
I touched it. It don't want none.
Look out.
Yeah, I touched it. So the ghost just so happens to be in the room with the piano. It lit that fire, meaning that it's not an Onryo. It touched that window, which means UV. So we have dots. We have of. Oh, I saw that in person. So Banshee, Obambo, or Phantom. Ooh. Banshee, Obambo, Phantom. That's a pretty good combo. Ghost is gonna... Is the ghost gonna play us a song? It's the ghost turn. Yeah. Alright, give me that. Give me a smudge. And you know what? Let's check for stuff and things. Yeah, we're on Nightmare. Yeah. Oh, I need to change the title. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. The piano. All right, there we go. Groovy. Groovy. And Tassie, you're good. Don't worry about it, friend. All's well. Ghosty, you want to show your dots again? Hello. Oh, I couldn't even see you. No, village, you're okay. Don't worry about it. No. Don't worry about it. All's well, friend. All's well. Ghosty. No, I don't have to check the name of the ghost. We saw the ghost model. It's Pam. What Pam? Don't touch the piano. Screw this ghost. Ghosty. Touching the piano. Am I going for perfect? Not necessarily. Depends on the ghost. You know, if it's cooperative and we're moving and grooving, then maybe. But not necessarily. Not necessarily. Ghosty. Hello. Banshee whale, something. Really go for perfects. Got the attention span of a spoon. I think what makes me not so hellbent on going for perfects is just because of some of the problems that are happening right now in the games. I don't want to battle it. Because when I'm not going for perfects, it's not that bad. It's really not, at least for me. This ghost is very lame. You're still lame. This might be an Obambo. Oh, you suck. All right. Frank, thank you for the 27 months. Thank you for the sub, dude. Ghost is drunk. Ghost is something. Let's go see if we can find a cursed possession. All right. No music box. No paw. Those creepy crawler ghosts. Nah, just Pam. Just Pamela. Old Pam Jam. No cards. Is it the circle? I didn't see Frank. Ouija board. The Ouija board is a perfect thing for testing for an Obambo, though. It is a perfect thing to test for an Obombo. Roast. Okay, now it feels like it's following me. All right. I got that there. That there. What's the time? Okay. I'll wait. Maybe I can get over here and get my EMF in time. You son of a bitch. Oh. Well, never mind. Oh, wait. No, I have time. I can do this. It's fine. How do you test for an Obama with the board? You make it hunt when you want to. Hide and seek. Hide and seek. Goodbye. Now I gotta wait. Because then I can force the hunt to be right at the odd minute. You son of a bitch. It still technically could be a phantom. I mean, a banshee. I was trying to get it to do hide and seek, but no. The piano. Now it feels like it's hanging out with us. Maybe it wants to play tag. No, thank you. Wait, what time is it? Yeah, I've got time. Let's go get another smudge. You think it's a phantom because of its stalking? It's not a phantom. We took a picture of it and it didn't disappear. No. 100% not a phantom. All right, give me another smudge. Yeah, give me another smudge and give me one. Yeah, just in case, because if it's a banshee, it might try to hunt on top of us. But I've got a crucifix. It should be fine. Drop that there. Look at our timer. All right. Now, if it sets that off, there's a good chance that this is a banshee. Do the Obama stalk? No. Nope. Banshees and phantoms are your stalking ghosts. Goodbye. Banshee. That's a normal speed ghost. That's a banshee. Oh, my neighbors were also setting off fireworks still. Same. Yeah, samesies. Here. Buy ourselves 90 seconds to try to see if we can get a banshee scream on the sound recorder. We're coming. All right, do the thing. Yeah, the past 2 days, they've been lighting off fireworks like crazy. In the middle of the day, it's like noon, and they're ripping fireworks. Have a great nap, Twin Feather. Have a good one, friend. The piano. I can do that too. Yeah, now the ghost is marked for death. I mean, Murica? That's just so dumb, man. I look at those big, huge fireworks stores and I ask myself, how do they stay in business? How do they stay in business? Like, who is coming to buy that much fireworks? And then I look around near me on 4th of July. Oh, they keep them in business for the whole damn year. can't even do that test correctly because of the timing of it. Screw this stupid ghost. It's fine. We're out of here. Your family does it too? Oh my God. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. Goodbye, ghost. Miss you. Not really. Hate your face. You're stupid. Whipping its hair back and forth. Yeah. What's up, Larry? Is that animation new? No. That animation's been in the game for quite a while.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Yeah. We knew. Wouldn't mind if I didn't work tomorrow and the rest of the week. I mean, I would also not be upset if I was in that same situation. But unfortunately, it's just not that easy. You son of a... Fireworks are cool, but all I can see is just flaming dollar bills blowing in the wind. Dude, the amount of crap that was all over my freaking yard from the fireworks around my house. Thank you, gamer fan. Thank you. Now, Nels and cheese. Oh, the Nels and cheese. We can do some Nels and cheese. Let's do that. Oh, I didn't choose it. All right, let's go.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating. No report this time. Be careful. You're going in blind.
We're okay. All right. This is another song that Doc made from our adventures. This one is called And Cheese. Okay. If you're confused, it's okay. You can be confused. It's okay. Don't sweat the small stuff. It'll be fine. And Gamer Fan, thank you for the 22-month resub, dude. Thank you. The And Cheese is so good.
Hey there, blue
We'll set up while we do this.
What you got for me today?
Just gotta really listen to the lyrics.
Hello, sir. You look mighty hungry. You want a treat?
We need to add this to the music box. I mean, to the jukebox.
Great. You can't resist. You know you must. Just relax while I remove the crust. If you want the goods, gotta pay the fee. Double slice of bread that is missing meat.
I'll try to hunt while this is going on. Carrie, thank you for the 2-month prime. If the ghost is doing anything, I can't hear shit.
Hello, sir. You should take a bite or two. You wanna at the tree. The pepper jack brings the heat. No tomato slice, no bacon too. Some Gouda would be mighty good.
It's my favorite part of the song.
If you want the goods, gotta pay the fee. Double slice of bread that is missing meat. If you want some of this, gotta beg me, please.
If I can't hear the ghost, we're going to check it via temps.
If you want mine and cheese. No turkey, no pastrami, no salami, not for mommy. Don't want it cooked, don't want it raw. Just join in this fromage à trois.
Don't know what Doc does for his day job, but he is it's lit on his stream inspired songs. I know. The man needs to get paid for it for sure. Does he have a channel yet? No, but he should. Excuse me? You heard it correctly. What's an easy way to complete the weekly challenge? Keep your sanity up and get all 3 evidence. Easiest way possible. I was able to figure out all 3 ghosts without having a single hunt happen. Except except for the hunt that we forcefully made happen just for funsies. All right, I don't see anything here. Trigger temps. How do you find your way around Maple Lodge? Look up a map for it. All right. It was like 7 degrees here. Has it already changed rooms? Okay, that just turned off for no reason. You're killing me, Smalls. Piece of crap is back here. Get him. I'm trying to. But he's not allowing it. That'll do. God dang it. Tip for getting money fast? Yeah, play the highest possible difficulty that you can as fast as you possibly can. Where are the beeps? What beeps? Talk to his manager. That's really the idea. That's what we need. The ghost name is Kelly Maudsley. Give me that. Give me this. Go this. Check over there. Do this. We'll watch this for a second. They just wanted nan cheese. I feel like that's not true. Oh, bad word beeps for changing the room. Oh, there you go. I got you covered. Don't worry about it. No stress. No mess. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's okay. You're very welcome. Oh, dude, it's such a tame piece of crap ghost. Let's do this. Tips for insanity? Yeah, don't play insanity if you're trying to make a lot of money. You can make a better custom difficulty without it being insanity. Insanity sucks. I thought I had it off. I guess it was on. Hey, did you make a poopy? Yeah, you made a poopy. We'll place this here. I didn't turn that on. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, it's still here. It's 4 degrees. These heathen ghosts. The toilet was right there. I know. And it had its own little stall and everything. Bunch of jerks. Dude, this ghost is really awful. Alright, shade and leave. Scrapping getting myself at work. I just look down and I'm like bleeding profusely from your leg. Oh my god. Sometimes, man, it is just hit or miss. Sometimes these ghosts are just absolute butts and they don't give you anything. I'm gonna have to do motion sensors. Yeah, that's gonna have to be the way. That way we can figure out where it is. Actually, give me a smudge just in case. Merely a flesh wound. Worst game would be a game on amateur in prison? Not necessarily. Dude, some of the... Oh, interesting. I'm gonna go get an EMF reader. Huh. Is it stalking you? Great question, because it's now by the front door. So we can test for the Wraith, the Banshee, and the Phantom all at the same time. If we feel like the ghost is following us. I mean, if that's what we thought that just was, then this is probably a Phantom. Let's see. Because it looked like it still followed me all the way to here. I'm just doing it like this so that way I don't get pulled inside. Let's watch. Definitely not a Goryo. No, not based on the movement this stinky's doing, but not giving me anything. Get a 5er, right? Oh, did I have EMF 5 at the beginning and I totally forgot to mark it? Did I? I did. Well, then that's extra interesting. Although... Okay, not that interesting. I think it's a Wraith. During the and cheese. Ah, I forgot to mark it during the and cheese. Yeah, it just threw that menu. So, okay, there's nothing on the thing. Yeah, not a stalking ghost. Teleporting ghost. That's what was happening here. So what is the other evidence then? What is it hiding from me? EMF, spear box, or dots? You were saying go in. Yeah. Absolutely. Oh yeah, look, there he is. Or there she is. Now she's just chilling up here though. Excited for the update? I can't wait. I can't wait to see what the game feels like after the July 21st patch. Because of how many fixes are going to be implemented in the game, and we are going to get Willow. So I'm excited to see what that's going to be like. Very, very intrigued. Yeah, I'm about to just mark Wraith and go. I would love for this to go off though. Like this one right here. I would love to see this one go off. I'm excited too. I won't know how to play when everything works correctly. I know we've been adjusting how we play to make it work. Gotta get ready for work. See y'all later. Have a good one, friend. Appreciate you. Carrie, if I didn't thank you for the 2 months, thank you for the 2 months, by the way. Gotten used to the jank. Touche. Started right before the Tanglewood rework and the player customization, so the bugs are normal. That sucks. Dude, I'm gonna mark Wraith and go. This ghost sucks. Yeah, it turned on the jukebox again. It sure did. Miss Latitude, thank you for the 4 months. You will not miss Old Willow. I'm excited to see the new one. That's for sure. Okay, if you're not a Wraith, then touche. You did something really weird. I don't know. Ay caramba. Where's that at? Oh, there it is. It was. Look. I mean, sorry. It was not a Wraith. Tell me how it was setting the motion sensors off and not walking in the salt. How? And also, it went from all the way in the back, all the way to the front. Because the temperature was lower in the back, which means the ghost was there. And then it was actively moving through the motion sensors in the front. I got nothing. Features. Features. Let's go to Willow.
We've arrived. Check the
I hate it here.
and get set up before investigating.
It's extra large.
There's been no reports of violence or sightings, but please
Yeah.
remain careful.
Extra large. So Mad Twin, it just didn't make sense. It didn't make sense how the ghost would move like that. That doesn't make any sense. Ay. I think it's only moved one room as the back hallway and the dining area are adjacent. Yeah, depending, I mean, where it is. If it's going from like in that actual back hallway where I was, or if it was in the bathroom hallway and then moving to that dining area, if it was there, but it kept hitting the jukebox, which could be potentially a part of the next area over. Yeah. So it was a butt. No ifs, ands, ors about it. All right. I'm going to check that website one more time. No. Okay. Is there a song for Willow? I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of. No. Is Twins an EMF ghost? I believe so. Yeah. It is. But we weren't thinking twins in any way, shape, or form. That was the problem. Sounds like we had some nasty, well, just a butt ghost. Just a butt ghost. It was rigged from the start. You're right. Touche. Jack Clark. Man, what a name. All right, Jack. What do you got, Jack? Let's go. Let's do a perfect game. All right. We need 3 videos. We need to escape and then crucifix. All right. Let's go find our ghosty. Let's get our evidence and let's do a perfect game. Let's make it fast. Yeah. Could have been the dull low temps in different rooms. Yeah, but for it to go down to 7 degrees, the odds of that and not be the ghost is unlikely. But it might have roamed into that hallway where I was, which is possible. Yay, power's here. Love. No mirror. No cards. No Ouija. No paw. Creepy ghost music. EMF 5. Noted. Franklin. Rate this time. Don't you say that. Watch it with the twins again. Listen, y'all suck. Listen, hey. You watch her. You bite your tongues. No. It's going to be a Dio, and it's going to be the best, and we're going to love it. And we're going to take care of it. And we're going to pet it. That guy. This guy. Give me this guy. Okay. Let's go record some media. Want a mimic? I would not be upset with a mimic. It's going to be a Dio with EMF 5? Yeah. Let me dream my dream, break. All right. You let me dream my dream. I'm not going to lay the salt down until we have UV in there, though. Did you see it? Wait, did I miss orbs? Well, I have EMF 5, so if we do have orbs, there's... Where'd you see orbicals? What? There's no orbs. There's that, though. Where the hell did you see orbs? Shut up, ghost. I'll be back. What are your hopes for the new ghost? What abilities do you want it to have? I don't know. I haven't really thought about it that much. Because I was definitely thinking about the Cormos whenever I was thinking about what ghost I would add and what abilities I would want it to have. Like Cormos is the ghost I was thinking of. For another ghost, I don't even know. I'm not even sure. Oh, yeah, F that shoe. Is there going to be more ghosts? I believe there's going to be another ghost added with the Willow update. I think so. Do we know anything about the next new ghost? We know nothing. Darn soul. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. A sub before you even talked. What the hell? You recorded something as soon as you walked in the room. I don't think we caught what the recording was. It was the phone going off, right? Yeah, the interaction from the phone. That's why I quickly panned over. Yeah. I have been blessed. But welcome in. Good to have you. We have some pretty amazing beans here, and it's interesting how that works on Twitch. Sometimes you've never talked in a channel. Maybe you don't even know who the hell the channel is. Shit. I'm not going to get it in time. Oh, I got you. And we have Evie. And you randomly get gifted. Usually, if that happens to me, I typically will go stop by the channel and just hang out for a bit. Try to understand why Twitch decided that was my turn. All right. Not a Gorio. Possibly Obake. You flippery Dudon switches, you little butthole. Okay. Never been here. As she wears her FF hoodie. Pretty awesome chat community. They're pretty effing amazing, you know? I would have to say. Y'all are pretty effing amazing, if I could just say so myself. I might be biased. Maybe that's just me. All right, escape the ghost, prevent hunt with the crucifix. What the hell was that? Okay. Well, anywho, I need to get media. So we need photos, we need sound recorder. Shite. What am I doing with you? Get out of here. This is when the fart. No, that is not what it is, Break. Shy guy, I appreciate you. Thank you. Watching many of the videos lately. I was watching one right now. You were playing with Break. Hey. Were we doing okay? Were we okay? I haven't seen the bone, by the way. How do you get fast Twitch drops? You need to wait for the Twitch drops to be available, which they're not available right now. But when they are available, you go to the Phas main menu. You sons of... You link your Twitch to your Phasmo, and then whatever the drop may be. Like whoever may have it available. You should use Frank. Listen, you don't just use Frank, okay? You were not doing okay. Oh. What the hell were we doing that we were not okay? We cherish Frank. That's right. We adore Frank. Chinggis would not be okay with us if we hurt the poor guy. Not Flash laughing and fart. Okay. Why did they remove death cutscenes? What death cutscenes? You mean why did they remove the death room? You hug Frank, you squeeze him, you love him, that's right. Hello? Yeah, I think it's just so that way the gameplay is faster. I like it. I like the... Did you move out here? I mean, I'll take it. So, you know that whole thing I said about the community? This guy gets it. This guy gets it. His frustration speaks volumes. But I think he's out here now. Did I just get all three audio back to back? Damn. I'll take it. I need 2 photos and 2 videos. Would you knock it off? Oh, wait. Ghost fart? I don't need you anymore. Thank you, Miss Altitude. Thank you so much. Look, there's nothing on there. I hate it here. What else can we take photos of? We'll do the EMF reader. Wait, do I already have the EMF? No, we'll do the EMF. That'll work. Okay, we'll figure it out. Savvy. Savvy, thank you for the biddies, friendo. Who made the sounds available? Okay, listen. That's like, it's like handing a kid like slime and being like, here, you know, enjoy that for a little bit. And then they throw it all over the room and it's like, well, you handed it to them. Okay. It's not the same. Really old Pop, how are you? Oh my. Oh, I should be checking these, shouldn't I? Yes, I should. Okay. One more video? Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably a good idea. not a bad idea. Look at that Obake fingerprint. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, so I needed to eat the crucifix. And then I need one more video. Interaction, fire extinguisher. I guess, I mean, no, I've already got salt. I guess I could get, if it touches a door. Get out of here. What door did you just touch? What was that? What? Have plans to restock the tie-dye hoodies. Been saved. So the merch itself, if it's ever out of stock, it's based on what Fourth Wall has available. I was expecting a ghost fart. It didn't happen. EMF 5 will... And I've already got that. EMF 5 will become another unique photo. Yes. Gotcha. Get wrecked, you idiot. All right, I'm going to go get a smudge because I think we're all good on media. Now we can loopy-loop the ghost and we can watch it change forms. Nice. Now we can say hi to Franklin. Now we can say hi. Keep looking out for you. Yeah. Yeah, just keep your eyes peeled on the site. If it goes for a really long extended period of time, Numi, just let me know and I'll message them and say something about it. Hopefully that would up the chances of it coming back in. Yeah. And there's a lot of things that are going to be changing for the better. The shape-shifting ghost video will be an actual ghost video. Love it. All right. There's all the medias. Is it shape-shifting? Yeah, it is. So... yeah. Escape and crucifix. We'll get it to eat the crucifix and then we'll have it hunt us again. Any thoughts on doing another one of the open mic nights where you don't use push to talk and chaos ensues? Oh, like with Tangia? If you're talking about Tangia, I've thought about it. Like where it plays through the microphone? Possibly. Oh wait, I need you to eat this. Oh, whoops. Whoopsie. Frank? There we go. And now we'll just do this just to make sure that our sanity is completely tanked. So each pin does an interaction and drains 5 sanity. The heart pin drops you 10 and causes an instant hunt. It's not going to come out here to say hi to us. Come, friend. Come. All right, the question is, who do you want to be? Oh, BJM. Shocker. Don't we all want to be BJM? Nice. Nice. That should be literally everything. I got the bone. We've got all the stuff. That's a perfect game, friends. Let's get out of here. And there's a giveaway if you guys do ! Enter. You guys could win a cozy sticker. Reclusive Rue, thank you so much for the giveaway, friend. Oh yeah, it gets really fast. Line of sight wise, if you loop it like that, it gets really, really fast for sure. All right, oh, bake a snake a cake. Nice. From butcher to naked, man. Yeah, I mean, better than butcher to naked than naked to butcher. I'm just saying, there's a reason that the bathrooms say employees must wash hands. It's because of BJM. That's what it is. Nice. Perfect obake. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. The ghosts look like you. Oh my god. Oh my Lanta. TC Maxwell, welcome in, dude. Thank you for the follow. And Sassy, thank you for the 5 months. Cheese, thank you for the 6 months. And Bandit, thank you for the biddies. All right, let's snooze them. Let's snooze them. All right. Kind of want to go for another perfect. Where should I go? Where's Dio? Listen, I want the Dio, but I can't force it. Woodwind? I could do Woodwind. Let's do that. All right, to Woodwind. I like that. Look, multiple of you want Woodwind. I like it.
Right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and
Come on, speakers. Sound. Oh no, we'll get better speakers.
Whoever was here
Dude,
must
it is warm in this room.
cursed object.
Tis warm in this room.
But be careful.
My favorite ghost is a mimic. Very unpredictable, and that's why I love them. No, we've lost our blood moon touch. I haven't had a blood moon in a while. Can't force the Dio, not yet. It's going to be interesting. I am a little curious as to what we can do to take advantage of that ability, the ability to choose what ghost we want to have in the investigation. Yeah, it's because Doc is... I played with Doc all yesterday, and we didn't have a single blood moon. Not a one. Christian, appreciate you, friend. Last time I had a mimic? Not that long ago. Yeah, I don't think it was very long ago. Had a blood moon a couple of days ago. Got disconnected as soon as I stepped out of the van. Damn. Mel, thank you for the follow. Must have stolen the blood moon mojo. Mother. Did I draw for the giveaway? For what giveaway? It'd be cool if you could be a ghost and your friends had to figure it out. That'd be kind of cool. I mean, but I feel like that would really break the game. I feel like it really would. I don't think they would ever add anything like that, though. Have Doc and Chinggis play together? I can almost guarantee that they have at some point. Yeah, I don't know the last time they've played together. Faz, anyway. It might have been a while, but they almost certainly have. All right. To the Woodwinds. What do we have? Russell Johnson, we need to capture a video, prevent the hunt with a crucifix, and capture a photo. Media. Which we have to get anyway, so might as well. But let's figure out where it is first. Game on. Welcome back, Cap. Is this live or a replay? It's a replay. Yeah. Started playing during the Crimson Eye event, not knowing the significance of a blood moon. They just, honestly, they added it just to add it. Just for something different. Oh, bone. Was that here? That might have been more over here. Blue tent? Is headgear 3 worth? It's up to you if you like night vision. I don't know. Let's go get more stuff. Really hard to tell if that's where it is. But it is throwing stuff there. It just might be in this front area. It might be in the blue tent. I don't know. But we can track it like this. Love the videos, like watching for the tips. So I appreciate you coming to the stream, dude. Okay, probably in the blue tent. I like checking for the mirror on the cams because you can see the mirror from the cam. That is true. Yeah, you can see the cursed possession immediately before you even walk in. You can see it leaning there, which is really nice. Been looking, been cleaning. No worries. You do you, boo-boo. You do you. All right. Any Orbeez by chance? All right, still doing stuff. What are the chances for a blood moon? Isn't it like a 2% chance? It's not very high. Like the odds of getting it, very, very low. I just watching the World Cup. Ooh. I haven't been following along at all, honestly. Motion sensors are something that are not used super often, but they definitely should be, in my opinion. Sociopathic. Hello, friend. I'm good. How are you? Did you write in the book? Oh, you must squeeze me. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Any touchies? Any touchies? No touchies. No touch. No touch. All right. Blood Moon's 4% now. They changed it from 2 a while ago. Did they really? I don't think I knew that they did that. That is good to know. Thank you, friend. Do I follow any sports? Not really. Not anymore. I used to way more. But kind of fell off from it. Just stopped caring as much. I've got one crucifix there. Where are you? Give me that. Give me that. Turn that off. Stop. You. Excuse you. Get back to your room. Pancakes or waffles? You tell me. And you have one chance at a right answer. Waffles? That's correct. Good job. I'm proud of you. It's saving blood moons for the Willow rework. I'll take it, man. Waffles hold the syrup better. They're syrup pockets. Absolutely. Little syrup and butter pockets. All right, we need to focus up here. All right. I got that. I got that. I need a photo. Need a photo. I need to get sounds. I have 0 sounds. I could get another video with this. Let's try this. That said salt, right? That did not get the motion sensor. Love it. All right. Wait. Do I have writing. Think anything else? How do you feel about cinnamon rolls? Oh, cinnamon rolls are great. Cinnamon rolls are wonderful. It's really warm in here. Wait a minute. No, Goryo's off the table. Well, ads are about to start soon. Not if I snooze them. Or honey on waffles. I don't think I've ever actually tried that before. I could try Spirit Box again, I guess. You listen here. I didn't even start asking. Where are you?
Taken away.
Mother, father. No way. No shot. Where are you?
Hold it here.
Are you here?
Lay close.
Where are you?
From behind.
Are you here?
Found far
Where are
from
you?
their home.
Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you?
Here.
Where are you? Are you here? Oh, I really don't think it is. I don't know. This just felt that hunt felt very like it felt way earlier than like a DO. I don't know, man. Yeah, you better take the long way, a-hole. Do people pick who to give subs to or switch the side? It depends on how they do it. Because you can choose who it goes to, but you can also just randomly do it as well. Like whenever I'm gifting subs to chat, it's okay, dude. F off. Get away from me. When I'm doing it, it's usually random, so it'll pick whoever, unless someone specifically wins something, and then I'll gift it to them directly. Would you go away? Love the vids. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I have no audio. Frick. I can't get to the light switch in time. It's going to try to kill me. I knew it! Oh, never mind. I just turned that on, you asshole. Wow. Rude. So rude. It'd be cool if a mimic could fake other evidence. No, it would not. That'd be awful. That'd be terrible. It is a feisty ghost. Shani, thank you for the follow. Alex, Mel, welcome in, friends. Go ahead, start hunting, you booger. Oh, there it is. All right, 25 seconds from now, it's going to start hunting. Let's go grab another flashlight. When in Rome, they say. I've got a few couple. Might as well make use of them. Since it's going to burst my lights. Spends too much time second guessing the mimic. We probably do now. It's just, the faking of evidence would be really bad. All right, go ahead. Do you think the ghost does daily tasks like we do? That's a great question. Like the ghost has a little clipboard, he like checks in for the day, little punch card, has stuff that he has to complete to be like a real ghost for the day. Hold on. Sounds kind of normal. Okay, that's not normal. Oh god. Hey, F up. Get away from me. 2 red light events for 50 bucks. Come on, hit the motion sensor, please. There we go. Thank you. Hit you with one of those. All right. Do I even have a lantern in here? No. Sylvie, thank you for the 18 months. Welcome back. How are you? I think Vaz will ever have a cleanse mode like in the other side. I don't know. I don't know if they've ever thought about trying to add more game modes. I don't know. Where are you? Are you here? Where is it? Is it in the tent or away from the tent? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Oh, where are you?
Right here.
I'm right here. Hey, can you blow this out, please? I recorded myself. Hello? You suck. I got Doc's song stuck in my head. It's about to hunt again. Or try to hunt. You know what I mean? Hey! Wait, did I drop the sound recorder? I did. Where did... Oh. Tell me a campfire story, please. Surely that hit him, right? Surely. Must have. I need one more photo. Shit, I need 2 videos. Okay, I need a photo and 2 videos. Okay. I need a photo and 2 videos. Well, I can do a photo of the crucifix. I don't think I've taken one of that yet. And then I need 2 videos. Salt, shadow, motion, fire, if it decides to do this. Come on, Ghosty. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley. Evidence right here. Hey, how are you in Boner Jam? It's a FlashForce. Hey. Ghosty. It's being... Oh, no. I get it? Videos, audios, photos, objectives, Boner Jam. We're out of here. Oh shit. Oh, I got out right before I could hunt again. I was like, I don't have a smudge on me. We'll probably be okay, but still. Oh my word. All right, let me get the smudge. We got to figure out what the ghost is. Now that I have all the media, that's gone. I think it's a normal speed. I think it's a Pulte. With the way that it was chucking crap over by the table, I think it's a Pulte. See, but now it's like barely throwing anything. Oh, I hate when they do this. What's up, Zoe? Oh, now it seems like he's throwing like nothing, right? It's not that big of a chuck. Better question, did he hunt under 3 minutes? I think he did. If he's a normal speed ghost, we have a mare, Pulte, or a spirit. Well, the problem with trying to do a Polty pile is if the ghosty keeps roaming away from us. That's the hard part. Yeah, they do. They throw every half a second. Poltergeists do. It could be a mare. Honestly. Here, let's go see if we can get a mare ability. Shit, that would have been so cool. It did do a light bursting event. This is very true. Oh, hello. Here, I'm going to do the light switch behind you. Ready? Mare. Fuck. Didn't work. I'm trying, man. I'm trying my best. Ads are about to happen. Just a heads up. You know what? Here, I'm going to go out here. All right. Ads are about to play. You're not going to miss anything. If you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, you're good to go. Ads are about to play, though. I just wanted to get out of there so you guys didn't miss it, just in case you're not. Okay? As soon as the ads are done, we will return back into the map. Yeah. I'm feeling like it might be a mare as well, but hard to say. Because that first hunt, it looked like it was throwing everything, but I don't know. Weekly screwed you over. 2 demons and a they. Damn. 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 Down. All right, let's see. You die most to mares? What do I die most to? Mine's changing back and forth, but it's usually a demon. Yep. And my most common ghost is a URA, which really sucks. I've ever watched Top Gear. The show? Yeah. I've seen it before. Been playing solo more often and finding that I'm enjoying it more and more. It's just, it's less buggy than multiplayer. If that's the easiest way to put it, it is less buggy than multiplayer. And I think that's why I don't notice it as much. In multiplayer, there are so many things that are really whacked and just desynced and everything else. But solo, you do not see that as much. It's not a smooth experience necessarily, but it's definitely a smoother experience. Playing with randoms has been wild. I can't imagine with the state of the game right now. No way. Gotta go practice the clarinet. Have a good one, dude. Hey, Wicked Hunter. I'm good. How are you? I have not seen Obsession yet. I want to. I kind of want to convince the missus to see it with me. So I'll try. We'll see if she'll see it with me. If not, then I'll have to sit there solo and watch it by myself. But yeah, she's not really into like horror movies, although I don't know. It's more like a thriller. I guess you could call it horror. Waiting on the first quality of life update on the 21st before I think I go back to the randoms. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think a lot of people are probably feeling that way, Rastin. For sure. Need a game mode where you can play as a ghost. No, we don't. There are plenty of games where you can play as a ghost. There are plenty of games where you can play as a ghost. Ads are almost over, friends. We have 30 seconds. And they'll be good to go. Time for the sleeps. Reclusive Roo. Appreciate you. Me and my coworker started watching Obsession today at lunch. Excited to finish it. Do you like it? I mean, I've heard really great things. Wife and I always play together, and we alternate prestige when the other has tier 3 equipment. Slow going, but most investigations are times 4. Leveling up doesn't take too long. That's a really smart way of doing it. That way you guys always have the high tier equipment. It's creepy. I dig. I did see somebody on TikTok when I was scrolling through that's like one of those people that makes their own custom VHS tapes, and they already have their own custom Obsession VHS with like the box and everything. Yeah, it looked really cool. Not going to prestige until it's fixed. I skipped the 2 times XP because no point for me until I prestige. Yeah, I've been hesitating on prestiging. I've also been waiting. By the way, if you're not in the Discord already, just a heads up that we do have one. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting to prestige too. I know it's a waste in one way, shape, or form, but I think I'd rather have my sanity than trying to fight my way through the early levels while all this is happening. I'll prestige after the quality of life update on the 21st. I think that's my plan. So we'll see if we stick to it. All right. We are trying to figure out the ghosty. We have Mare, Pulte, and Spirit left. So if anything, we could do a smudge test on this just to be sure. Do I have another smudge? Or just the one? Oh, there's one right there. Wait, no, that's a bowling pin. Other smudge is right there. Okay. Not level 80. It's all good. I've got two. I've got another one right there. See, it's like it's picking stuff up, but that's not a Pulte. That's not a Pulte. It would be throwing way more if it was. All right. That bought me 90 seconds to see if we could maybe get... Oh, I need to do that timer too. 90 seconds to maybe try to get a mare ability. Or if it's a spirit, then it'll be 3 minutes, but I don't think it is. What's happening with this is there's some weird thing happening with the visual with the ghost, where if these barrels are here, the ghost will, if it's coming over, if you're over here, it'll come to you over here. If you go over like to here, the ghost will path over to there. And then when you scooch back this way, it will go back around the picnic table to get you here. Like it won't walk through this area. Not really sure why. All right, question is, where's our ghost? Because I think it might have moved. Thanks for the fart, you son of a bitch. I don't know where it is now. It started, I'll say it started hunting like right here. I thought it did. Hey, Bishop, what'd you miss? No, nothing, man. You're good. Just, you know, weekly, some hunts. Stuff and things. Damn, still nothing. Sage. Don't you ruin this. Don't you ruin this timer, you piece of crap. All right, 90 seconds is up. Spirits have this. Okay, you're not a spirit. See how he just was walking to get me that way? Shimmy. Oh, he scared me a little bit. Dude had wheels. I thought he was going to get me. All right. Well, if you're not a Pulte and you're 100% not a spirit, you've got to be a mare. It won't do it, man. I keep trying. There's only so many light switches around, man, and this is way too far. You can do a light switch check every 10 seconds on a light switch. Mare ability check. Now. It's here. Wonder if it'll do it during an event. Hey, do the light switch thing. Look. I didn't know they could do the mare ability in the middle of an event. I'll take it. Absolutely sold. All right, that's a mare. We can leave now. Sweet. I question myself with the Pulte, and I need to stop doing that. When I know it's not one, I know it's not one. Well, hot damn.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready.
We should have ourselves a singular mare ability. Took it long enough, I know. He just wanted me to talk to him eye to eye. I understood. I was picking up what he was putting down. It made sense. Gaming, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Wow. Wow. All right. What are we thinking now? I tell you what, we'll put a couple of maps up to the vote for everybody to do. All right. Which ones? So Tangle. Ridgeview. Prison. Okay. Any others? It's a jackal. Hi, Baron. I hate it here. So much. Oh, hey, bud. Going well, sir. How was your stream? How did it go? Ay, caramba. Ay, caramba. All right, here. Here, you know what? Here. I'll let you guys decide. I'll give you 2 minutes to do so. Chinggis yelled at me, playing, follow us. Oh, God. Why would you do that to yourself, sir? Why would you do that to yourself? Love you, Chinggis. All right. Poll is active. 1 in chat for Tanglewood, 2 for Ridgeview, 3 for Prison, and 4 for Point Hope. And this works literally everywhere. This is not just a Twitch poll. This literally works on every platform. So if you're Tube, Kick, Twitch, doesn't matter. You can vote. Only got to vote once and then you're good, locked in, ready to go. It's 2 minutes. So give you 2 minutes to get your votes in. What program is that? It was part of a streamer bot addition that I had added. I got to go back and find out where I found this. But I know I could probably find the link somewhere. I don't know if you use StreamerBot. But yeah, it's wonderful. It's great. It's funny because I was looking for something and I was talking to somebody who makes bots, like the same guy who made my Guess the Ghost bot. That same guy, I was like, man, is it possible to do this? And he sent me a link to this. I was like, oh, it already exists. Cool. I don't, but I feel like I need to now. I don't know how to do anything. So I Google the crap out of everything I want to do. And there's been a lot of really helpful tutorials on how to do stuff. I did finish the weekly. Yes, we did. 3 up, 3 down. Not bad. All 3 ghosts were literally in the back of the map. I think I heard that Baron and them had the same exact thing. Yeah, same thing. Meg, thank you for the follow. All right, 30 seconds, friends. Where are we going next? But it wasn't bad. I literally made the ghost hunt at the end just to make it hunt. We didn't even need to because I was able to get all the evidence. With your speed and able to like get the evidence back and forth, if you find the ghost room fast, that's all you need. That's it. All right, to prison we go. Les prisons. Oh, okay, you know what? I didn't want to go there anyway. There we go. Oh boy. I would love to open that door, but I can't because the children's are there. Because they're over there probably trying to sweeps. Hey, City. Thank you for the 9 months. Thank you so much for the resub. We're not in the map yet. I can't name our baby. I can't name the baby. Tips to learn the bigger maps? Play them more. Yeah, if you're trying to learn them, I play them more. When are you doing the next viewer games? Wednesday. Wednesday, we're going to be doing some Metro Chameleon community games. I owe from last month. So, figure Wednesday be a perfect day for it. Yeah, prison's your weakness. When I'm with multiple people, prison is not bad. It's really not. I don't even mind the map. It's just solo can be tough if the ghost is very inactive. It just takes a long time to figure out where it is if it's not doing anything. Third time I tried prison, it was in the warden's office, which I didn't even know was an area. Yeah. One of the furthest possible points to go to. I'm excited to see the restricted version of this. Cell block ghosts. Yeah, woof. I am excited to see the restricted version of this, of High School, Point Hope. Yeah, that'll be cool. That'll be awesome. Okay. Let's go to prison. You know, maybe we'll load in and maybe we'll get orbs like right away. You don't know. Do all the cursed objects on Sunny Meadows spawn in the chapel? They do. High School, they all spawn within that front room, the front lobby. Prison, they all spawn in that first front area. Yep. Some of the larger maps, they all spawn together. Because it would take 15 years to go off and go find it, which would be really annoying. For sure. Walk up, think of the 22-month prime. What's up, Clay? Oh, hey, how are you? Clay, thank you for the membership, friend. 14 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What is the new map that was said to be released in a roadmap? We don't know. That hasn't been talked about yet. Like by Kinetic, they haven't said anything about it. So we're kind of waiting to hear from them. All we know is that Willow is getting released on July 21st. Edgefield rework is happening in December, and then Ridgeview rework is happening next year. We don't know when next year, just next year, along with the brand new map. Who knows what that could be? But then we need to still spend 30 minutes looking for the bones. Well, I am doing Perfect Nightmare games, so I will have to look for said bone in the prison. Unless I look on the cams and I can see it. That's not going to happen. That's okay. We'll still try our best. All right. No orbicals yet, but it's always good to check the cell blocks. You never know. Could get lucky. Another thing you can do is you can go open the front door so that the ghost can start being active. You might get lucky where you don't have orbs, but maybe the ghost opens the prison doors. By opening one of the cell doors, then you know that the ghost is there. But you just have to take note of where everything stands as is. But yeah, I'm not seeing any herbs, not that I can tell. So, looks like we're going hunting. Game on. All right, I'm going to do parabolic. Oh, do I want to do thermo or EMF? I'll do thermo. Let's do that. Yeah, I like it. Now, we don't know where the power is, so we got to go find it. And if you don't get a perfect game, well, then I lose. What do I lose? Dignity. Slowly. Folly girl, thank you for the 9 months. Oh, you beautiful, beautiful soul. I'm saving you for the bone. I'm not even going to ask you where the ghost is. Power? And the power's right here. What if I look around and find the bone around here? Rogue, thank you for the 3 months. Amber, thank you for the biddies. Just imagine. Can you imagine? I have to look. I've had a crazy lucky game on prison before where like everything was right at the front door. Now I could save time and just ask the Ouija board. Actually, wait, hold on. Let me turn the power on. I mean, the lights on. I always like these lights. No one ever turns these lights on. I love them. Love them. Rio, thank you for the biddies. Cafeteria orbs. But if I find the bone without doing that, then that saves me dropping my sanity. All right, no luck. That's okay. That's okay. Jeez. I might have to ask where it is. I just caught the end of that. Never mind, we know where it is. If I didn't look over there in time, I would have been searching this whole map because I wouldn't have heard that shower going off. It's probably PJM. Oh no, not again. Not again. Found the bones in the very last room on Sunny Meadows last time I played solo. It happens way too often, friend. Way too often. It'd be cool if the ghosty could... It would be cool if the metal detectors could go off. Yeah, I would agree. All right, let's get this, get this, get this. I'm going to... Yummy. Makes sense. It was showering. What? Because it's BJM? What does that have anything to do with that? Hope tonight's going well for everyone. Dropped a 110-pound toilet on my toes today. Lovely luck on a Monday. Oh my God. Did you break a toe? Are these open? Ah. Oh, it's poopied in the sinky. All right. All right, showering, it's pooping, it's doing all kinds of fun stuff in here. I think it just turned a second one on. Okay. You got free food from Buffalo Wild Wings? Oh, what kind? I haven't eaten a Buffalo Wild Wings in forever. Man. Thankfully, I bought a composite toed shoe specifically for, oh my, for oopsies. Well, good. I can't freaking imagine. I mean, it probably still hurt. Burger and tots? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Me. Give me this guy, give me this guy, give me this guy. We can watch this for a second, see if we get something lucky. Eating it as we speak, let's go. Let's do the things. Does the front gate close when it's hunting? The front gate? The front door? Oh, you bastard. All right, well, we don't have to worry about writing. Go set F that. If you're talking about this gate, no. This doesn't shut. Absolutely not. How many times do you have to be told not to poop in the sink? Not often. But would you rather be told or not told? You know? One does not simply tell brake to stop. No. No. You leave brake alone. Bad things will come. Tornadoes, all kinds of stuff. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you here? Probably not. Thank you for the hype train, friends. What about... Nothing there. Not very active either. Okay. Well, it looks like we're a choo-choo train today, which is totally fine. Banshee screen. Let's go check our temps. 20 degrees. 2 degrees. Freezing temps. When you prestige up, you lose all the items upgrade. You lose everything. You lose all of your money and you lose all of your items. Yep. Question. What have I not checked for? I guess UV I haven't really done a good check for. Never prestige. It's a good challenge. Oh, you lose all of your money. Oh, yeah. All your money is gone. Absolutely. All right, give me the salt. Give me double crucifixes. I have trust issues. Got the object throw, whatever the hell that was. Or they make prisoners take freezing cold showers, but didn't think they meant literally. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Especially in this kind of prison. You're a prestige behind. I'm purposely behind. I haven't prestiged on purpose because I don't want to. Why does he seem shady? He seems very shady. Definitely is not doing a lot while we are there. But loves to shower. All right. Technically, you could hit the corner. I don't even know where to place this right now. Oh, I missed it. Son of a bitch. No UV. Got it. Wait, what the hell? Or was I just not close enough to see it? That was weird. That was really, really weird. Okay. Shut up. Too scared to play solo? Over time, friend. Over a period of time, you'll get there. Buddies are disappearing super fast. They are. Demon, Hantu, Jinn, or a Mimic. Well, I wasn't getting Spirit Box, and we don't see orbs, so the odds of the Mimic are very low. Very, very low. It has not cut the breaker off. No, it's the Obake prints that the speed is different. Like it's the Obake prints that disappear faster. All right, we need more stuff. Okay. You summoned a blood moon. Well. Feisty. The chances are low, but never zero. Yeah, amen. All right, we need photo camera. I need sound. I need all the stuff, man. Okay. Well, we need to get a lot of media. That's the big problem right now. Crunch. I can get, if it does something, I can do EMF photo, Ouija board photo, freezing photo. I can ask where the bone is and all that jazz, but I don't want to lower my sanity right now. I haven't had a prison blood moon in quite a long time. It's been a while. Oh, now these lights are off. This prick. Ghosty. You like showering, don't you? Alright. Maybe I can get all my sounds in here before it does anything. Hi. Strawberry shortcake or hot fudge sundae? Oh, hot fudge sundae. Oh, for sure. Hot fudge sundae sounds glorious. Kind of concentrating on one at a time right now. So right now I'm kind of worried about audio. Both? Listen. Be a good influence, okay? Keep hands in plain view at all times. Okay. Happiness is both. Oh, okay. Ouija board audio when you ask about the bone? True. Although last time I tried to do that, I feel like it didn't work. But I also need videos too. Yeah, non-real named Michael Jackson. Oh, fun. Jazz Wilson, do you like jazz? Well, the hope right now would be that I can get all these audios sitting in this room with the lights on. That'd be nice. Jazz. Oh, jazz. No. Too late. Best way to beat the weekly speed demon? Use the unofficial cheat sheet if you're unsure about the hunting speeds, but just get all your evidence. Getting your evidence is going to be the easiest way possible. Ghost, you're being awfully chill. There's two. Okay, let's look. So if it eats a crucifix, I could do that. I could also take a picture of the bone. Interesting. It's not like to open a cell door. Ah, it's ambient. Ambient sound. Wayne, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hoping to just get this over and done with so I don't have to carry stuff with me back there. Davini. And enjoy the bone broth you're making later? That's what the bones are for, right? Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, Davini, good to see you. Bone broth, yeah. All right. Maybe that's just what we do. I can leave this here and that there. Now I would be dropping my sanity by asking where the bone is. What do I have sound-wise? Talking and laughing. Can we get a groan? Hey, Jazz, do you want a groan? Jazz. Nope, don't record it. Shut up. No, that's going to record the talking instead of the event. Oh, you are such a piece of trash. Shut up. You deserve nothing. Okay, after this. We're going this way. Stupid ghost. Man. Really feeling like at the gin. It has yet to kick the breaker. Hantus have a higher chance of kicking the breaker. Hasn't done it once. You like jazz? Where's the bone? Goodbye. All right. A block is... the bone is in A block, top right. Yeah. Me walking around guessing that it was in A block? Yeah, we've been waiting for a while. Oh, yeah, there's hallway lights. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well. Take some more juice. Oh, how do I want to do this? We could get video of the firelight, the motion sensor. I could get... Already got the disturbed salt, so that's already done. We could get it just to do anything, basically, at this point. Record that. 25 per question. It depends on the question. Like, if you're asking the ghost where it is, then that's a 50 drop for sanity. This is really feeling like a gin, though. All right, let's see. We want to do 2 more photos so I could get the bone, which we could go travel and get right now. Knock that out of the way. Or get that out of the way. Alright, we'll figure it out. Maybe it'd be nice to burn a cruci. I've got 2 of them in there. I only hope so. What about how many pickles? No, we're not worried about the damn pickles. We're not worried about the pickles. Yeah, if you're trying to turn these lights on, these hallway lights, if you come over here to the central control unit, which basically you walk into the front of the prison, look to your left, this guy, it's these 2 switches. Those 2 switches will turn on your hallway lights. And then you can go back and forth between the blocks or cafeteria just through this hall and actually be able to see without a flashlight. No, the bone question should be like a 20 or 25 drop. I don't think it's a 50. All right, we know it said upstairs right, I believe. Did you just try to @ everyone inside of a Twitch chat? How'd that go? How'd that work? All right, we know that it's up here somewhere. It might be in the middle of the walkway for all I know. Waiting for results? Okay. Seems promising. Am I looking at this wrong? Is that the right? Is it your other right? I guess, I mean, it could be. I guess I was looking at it from up the stairs, which really wouldn't make sense. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't make too much sense, would it? Shh. I got to the top of the stairs and like, okay, here's the right. Oops. Oopsies. Something that I will never forget is what Leona showed me. There are 0 footstep sounds on the top of this. None. Weird, eerie, creepy. Just weird. Lucas, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Hello. Hi. Shocker. Okay. Leona's amazing. Oh, she's great. Definitely one of the best. Leona, this is her favorite map. Prison is her favorite. She's nuts. How'd you not know that? I don't know. Hey, Red, how are you? All right. So. Crucifixes are intact. Lovely. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did I leave the sound recorder? No, I got all my sounds. Oh yeah, that's right. I just need photo video. Yeah, that's right. Walking on memory foam. Yeah. When you're I'll take it though. That's fine. I mean, there goes my lights, which really sucks. But but better than nothing. All right. Firelight video, we'll get that. And then I need one more photo. Morky Morg. Her Mogger. It's a Murky Murk. How are you, friend? It was a little rude. I liked those lights. She's kind of a prick. Jazz. Mark the ghost likes jazz. Hello. Wish they had the room number plaques or something on the doors in Sunny. I'm okay with it now because Sunny, you've got that map at the front. It's high school that they need to worry about. Playing some paleo. Ooh, that sounds cozy. I'm doing good, friend. A little warm, a little toasty. I could probably open that door actually. Don't do anything. I think they all abandoned ship and left. They're not doing last to leave. They all just left. Ghosty. Oh, I can't video that? Well, that's just silly business. Any more updates on the restricted versions of the big maps? We haven't heard anything else outside of what we got from the last blog post that they gave us. We haven't heard anything else. Is it just waiting patiently to do the thing or what? Hello? Did you just try and video go showering? I tried to video the interaction, not the actual shower action. Pamela. Jazz Wilson. Please. Blow this out. If Pam is showering this much, why are her pajamas still dirty? Maybe she didn't pre-soak them. I don't know. Wow, dude. Still here. Okay. Now, do I need one photo? Yeah. Okay. Now eat the crucifix. Please. You don't shower with your clothes on, silly. Hey, don't Nope, it was too late. I knew it. I was like, put it away. It's too late. I would have gotten the fart, but it's too late. Can it be a Hantu? Technically, yes, but this ghost has yet to trip the breaker. Not a once. Ghosty. I know, I see you. Watch it like try to hunt outside of the cruisy range. I swear to God. I could use the Ouija board to drain my sanity, but... Oh, there he is. I mean, yeah, there they are. So is it a gen? We think it's a gen. Ting. I could go get it and ask it a question to get it to burn. Oh, the dirty water. Oh, you're right. I forgot about the poo juice. Okay, crucifix and cleanse. Do I even have a smudge on me? Nope. Let's go get one. Why'd you call it that? It just, I call it what it is. Face value. It is what it is. All right, we get, I've got this. We do that. I smudge. I take this. You just love making that so much worse? I don't. Nuh-uh. By the way, side note, if we do hit the goal today, we have it's not a good wheel for today. It's a good wheel, bad wheel. Meaning all of them are on the same wheel. All right. Now I need to smudge you. Which... How old are you? She's 39. How's my sanity? How is my sanity? How bad? Goodbye. Goodbye. I think it's that bad. Okay. Do you want to hit this one more time? My sanity is also bad. All right. And that should have did it. Yes, it did. There's all the photos. There's all the videos. There is the sounds. We've got the bone. The only thing we don't know for sure is if it's a djinn, but we're damn near certain of it. Now, the odds of it being a demon are extraordinarily low, but I think the move here is going to be to take these crucifixes, get the hell out of Dodge, get it to hunt, and then listen. So we take this guy. Hey, what's up, Memento? King, how are you? Good evening. Hello. Take these guys, put them here. We're going to go get more smudgies just in case. And we're going to get it to hunt and we want to hear the djinn sprint. That's basically what we're doing. We're pretty certain it's a djinn, but I am not 100%. We would rather be sure than just go off of instinct and then it be a stupid demon. Hey, what's up, Mateo? Has not tried to hunt till now, so very low for a demon, not a single breaker thrown. Very low for a Hantu, correct. I feel the same, friend. And no orbs to be found anywhere, right? Alright, so Ghosty is about to hunt. That's unnecessary. Can it see me from there? Yes, it can. So it'll have line of sight. Enjoying being here, chilling with y'all. Well, we appreciate you being here. So once it hunts, we know that we can start looking that direction to see about the ghosty. For now, we wait. Djinn, demon, or Hantu, at least they can be told apart from a hunt. Oh, yeah. Especially with the power being on, for sure. Now, there's no crucifix nearby. 90 seconds is up. There we go. Normal speed. Oh, it didn't see me. I was like, what the hell? It literally didn't have line of sight of me. And now she does. Hello, ma'am jam. Did you hear the instant speed up whenever she got line of sight finally? She was like, she went outside of the room and went to the left a little bit and I didn't see it. There we go. Nice. Jennifer. Jennifer's. We thought it was. We knew it was. Cool. That is a perfect prison. I'll take it, man. Listen, we roll with the punches. We take what it gives us. Y'all wanted prison? Here we go. Lovely. that. Finally got proof of the ghost. As she awkwardly just stands there in a shower photo. All right, let's get out of here. Thought hunts would be longer on this map. Well, to be fair, she started the hunt from inside of the shower and worked her way all the way across, all the way to the front and all that. So, yeah. And it wasn't a cursed hunt because I never broke the Ouija board. I never started a hunt with the Ouija board. So, yeah. Nice. Nice. Lovely, perfect prisons. Let's go. Had to run away for a minute. You're back now. No, you're good. Power plug, welcome in. How are you? Lovely. All right, let's change it up a little bit. No, not random. We did that with Doc. Preset, Pro. There, we'll do a no heavy. All right, Pro preset, removed all the evidence. Sweetness. Is the tier 2 smudge better than tier 3? It's subjective. It's whatever you feel you like the best. I like tier 2 because it's grown on me. I used to love tier 1 more, but I like tier 2 from being able to get away from these ghosts. Tier 3, it stops the ghost where it is. And if it's coming after me in a hiding spot and I stop it there at that hiding spot, better chance I'm going to die. Did Doc live at all yesterday? I don't remember. I'm guessing this weekly is pretty hard solo. Not really. If you can find where the ghost is quickly and you can get all of your evidence to where the ghost is, it's not that bad. It's not. I did not have to have the ghost hunt a single time to figure out what the ghost was. Hot Fudge Sunday was amazing, but now I'm freezing again. Well, what do you expect to happen? He did do a lot of hot sauce runs. Yes. Oh, yeah, and there's a monkey paw. Right. So you could wish to change the weather. You could trap the ghost. All kinds of fun stuff. All kinds of fun stuff. Okay. Oh, my. That is a paragraph and a half. Came across your videos YouTube a month ago, so back. Decided to get into Phasmophobia and playing one of my friends. I was horrified at first when I was such a wuss. I've gotten so much better, and I can thanks to you and the other creators to be able to identify the ghosts with one or even no evidence. Huge fan. I'm so happy to finally catch a stream. Planning on doing the weekly challenge after this, but haven't played the map yet. Well, there are plenty of tools out there, friend, to help you with that. If you need to see the actual layout of the map for Maple Lodge, you just search Maple Lodge map and you'll be able to find it. But, yeah, it's not bad because you can find all of your evidence. Keep your lights on so you can retain your sanity. One of the best things you can do. One of the best. Toxic, thank you for the follow as well. But welcome in, I hope you're good. All right, we're going to do a no evidence run. We're going to do a no evidence run at Tanglewood. I haven't played Tangle today. Let's do it. Been used in the unofficial cheat sheet for some better tips. Hell yeah. Love it. Love the tools, man. It's so good. So good. Love, love, love. All right. Give me a sec. Hold, please. Okay, groovy. Teach you how to play? You can always watch my videos, friends. Yeah, I've got plenty of videos on the game if you want to watch back, and then you can get some tips that way for sure. Or you can ask questions. I mean, I'm an open book, man. All right, let's do a no evidence run at Tangle. Let's go. Love some tangles. Love some Tangle streets. The vids have helped a lot. Well, I'm glad. We try, man. We try. It's obviously been a little harder recently, especially trying to tiptoe around some of the bugs and some of the things, but we do what we can. Daughter just started to play Phas with us, and she's always referencing the tips when we play. Oh, let's go, Amber. Hell yeah. I'm playing tips from what I appreciate you guys. You getting hit by the storms? Oh, we did. Yeah. Yep. We got a ton of rain. Tons. Do you like the new Tangle? The old Tangle better? No. The new Tangle has so much more character. It is such a better map in my opinion. People like the old one just because of nostalgia. The new one has looping spots. The new one has way more interactions, way more things that the ghost can do. In my opinion, it's so much better than the old. But it's fair enough. Some people like the old, and that's totally fine. Flash taught me how to murder friends with the music box. See? See? Look at there. Look at that. Can't wait to see what they do with Willow. Well, we've already seen some of it through the footage. Yeah. I'll just leave and watch a video. There you go. Yeah. You're welcome to ask questions, but if you'd rather just watch videos back, I've got a crap ton of them. You just search up Phasmophobia on my channel. You'll find them all. New Tangle has personality. Right. It has a story to it. Old Tangle was just, I don't know, just another like jigsaw house that you like piece together from all the same pieces, and then you just turn it differently to make it into Edgefield and turn it into Ridgeview and turn it into, you know what I mean? I have at least 12 videos. That is very true. At least 12. Yeah. New Tangle has a train. All right. I'm going to do ads before we go into the map though, because I just saw them trying to pop up and there's no point in going in and then coming back out. So we do 3 minutes of ads every hour. If you guys are not subbed, if you don't have turbo, then we will wait in the truck for you. I'm not going to go anywhere until they are done. So stretch your sea legs, come back, and we'll get into it. There we go. Good night, Grumpy. Have a good one, friend. And a telephone touched by the time stream. Wait, what? What the hell did you just say? You lost the last Guess the Ghost? Oh, gotcha. How long have I played the game? I've been playing it since like 2021. Yeah. Mainstream game, but then like off and on between that and other games. Yeah. It has the same date. It didn't have relevance either, he said when he asked. Oh, yeah. Yeah, some of the times, like, it's sort of like the time that we see inside of Nell's. I don't think the time, like the register, I don't think it means anything. There is a second, there's a Grumpy on the Twitch side. Grumpy. Yeah. So it's okay. No one's infringing on your territory, I promise. It's they're on the other side. More monies, maybe? Money, maybe. Currently learning how to loop. Gotten close a few times, but the hitboxes seem a little weird. Or I'm doing it wrong, but having a blast nonetheless. You'll get used to it. It's a little tricky for sure, but if it feels like you're getting got more often, then that just means that you need, it could be a connection thing, or it could just be that you're letting the ghost just get a little bit too close. And you might have to just smudge early, or just when you're learning how to loop, hug your corners tighter. Yeah. What's up, Sean? Went from doing the Asylum Challenge on The Sims to watching you hunt ghosties. Different games, same vibe, kind of. Get anxious and oh no, it's okay, man. It happens. It happens. All right. One more minute and then we'll be ready. Have your lights on too. It makes it easier to see the ghost when looping. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Having the lights on in the room, having extra lamps around you, having all that stuff, it's super helpful. You want to be like your friend who's level 100. Why? My level's 31. My friend is helping my other friend install the game to help me. But why do you want to be level 100? Out of curiosity. Worst for me, though, is the crawlers. Oh, the crawlers are tough. Especially little freaking Toothy McToothface. Because they're shorter, too. Yeah, makes it tough. Aches, if honestly, the best thing you can do, friend, is honestly join the Discord or go to the Phasmo server if you're looking for peeps to play with. Yeah. Starbucks, thank you for gifting a sub to It's Not Jordy. Thank you. Worst ghost for me is the ones that become fast in line of sight. Well, that's most of them. Yeah. How long have I played Phas? Since like 2021, Seb. All right. Ads are done. We are back. Welcome back. Welcome back. What's the goal for today? The goal for today was a little bit different. The goal for today was this. Yeah. Could be gross, could be good. I don't know. It's both of them together, so it's hard to say. Most of them freak you out? Oh, the ghosts. Oh, okay, that's fair. I can't wait to see the new ghost models, man. Oh, it's going to be so great. I can't wait. I'm hoping that I get the ability to see. There's like a video that they showed a few of the partners that I didn't get to see. And I'm hoping I do get to see it. Does chat's choice have to be from the wheel or can it be anything? It's for anything on the wheel. Yeah, it's anything. It's their choice of anything that's on the wheel. Oh, power plug. Yeah. Power plug, dude. Thank you for the subs, man. You didn't have to. I appreciate you. You didn't have to do that. Speaking of curse objects from earlier, the music box is my favorite. Same. Especially if you're playing with new people. When they hear the ghost sing, it's the funniest thing. Oh, man. Because you don't know what it is. You don't know what to expect. I have so many people that come in here asking me what the music box does. Because they really don't know. Because they've never tried. My contribution. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Legendary. All right. Let's go. My choice would have been bacon chocolate ice. What the hell? Oh, you're from the wheel. Well, there's no bacon chocolate ice cream on the wheel. What the hell? Hey, Jordy, how are you, friend? All right, Walter Clark, we need 3 photos. We need 25% sanity and motion sensor. And don't forget, this is a 0 evidence run. So a little bit different. I still will use the thermo and the EMF just because it's a nice way to figure out where the room is, especially on a smaller map. But, hello, Norm. Beyond that, we're not going to have anything else. It didn't specify on that on the wheel. Listen, you knew what it meant. Life's been busy, but I finally got to pop into the stream. It's good to see you. Life has been busy. Frickin' agreed upon. I don't want to shush. You shush. Damn. I might have to start checking like this. Ghostie's not making any sounds. On 0 evidence, do ghosts with even forced evidence other than the order from the memory still give the forced evidence? No. On a 0 evidence run, the ghosts that have forced evidence will not give you forced evidence. It's only forced when you actually have evidence. So like insanity or nightmare, blah, blah, blah. Paul, did you see it on top of the thing? Did I miss it? Hey, Addison. We are having a good night. Oh, let me roar. Oh. Are you in the basement? Little one turns a year old on the 31st, and this mom ain't ready yet? Oh, do you have something awesome planned? You son of a biscuit. It's down here. God dang it. Oh, because I went too fast. Oh, I got you. No, Paul. No, Paul. No. We can peek down the stairs, though. No Ouija board, no circle. No cards. Music box? I didn't look to see if Frank was there. Oh, it's the mirror. What the hell am I looking for? It's literally here. But it's a free photo, so I'll take it. It's getting late. Kitsune, hello, friend. Hi, caramba. Have I soloed Insanity? Yeah, I've soloed basically every game mode. Yeah. Walk past all the time. I know it's there. It doesn't matter what the cursed possession is. It doesn't matter. If I see it, I'm going to forget about it in 5 minutes. Yeah. Man's played since 2021 and can't see the mirror. What the hell does how long you're playing the game have to do with you looking over at something? Do tell. We'll wait. One of the videos showed me where there was a hiding spot in the basement I never knew for so long. I'm telling you, dude, the cheat sheet has a lot of great info and it'll tell you about the hiding spots. Yeah. Rage bait? That's bait. That's bait. All right, let's put a crucifix down there. Let's... Oh, how do I want to go about this? You're in the basement, which kind of sucks. Not exactly what I want. We'll take one and we'll check for orbs. Violet, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. We do have the ability to check our sanity though, which is nice. That is something I do like about the pro settings. Alone? Yep. Oh shit, why did I turn that light on? Orbs would have been too easy. Would have been just too easy. I'll place that there. We do have hiding in the ghost room. And the bone. Power plug. Thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you for the sub, dude. Welcome in. If you are subbed and you're in the Discord, don't forget to link your Twitch to Discord so you actually can see the extra channels. I love forgetting what map I'm on and the short time it takes to load into the van. Yep. And then the second you walk forward and you see the screen, you're like, oh, damn it. That's right. It's high school. Hi, caramba. All right. Let's do this. I'm just slowly bringing everything downstairs at this point because we're going to test for Wraith and Onryo and blah, blah, blah. You name it. Is the train still broken? I can only assume it is. I could try, though. We'll go ahead and light it once. Still broken. Shut up. Yeah, still broked. I swear to God, dude, it just did it again. Coming back to Phaz after a break. I think when the stuff was Tanglewood rework, are there any somewhat big updates that I missed? I see the arms. I don't know if I like it. Yeah, there's been a few. There's been a few updates, Perrin, that you've missed for sure. Liza Cherry, thank you for the 8 months. Welcome back. They had a player character update that definitely did not go as planned. They added a crap ton of animations, and unfortunately, it made things a bit wonky and jank. So people have been experiencing random bugs, and the animations make things feel slow. In my opinion, personally, as a solo player that plays a lot of solo, it is not game breaking to me, but it definitely sucks that they exist. They are fixing them, and there's updates coming to fix them. They're just not here yet. So on the 21st, they're having the first big update to try to fix a lot of things. And then in August, they're going to have another big update to fix a lot of things. Over like 100 bugs are going to be fixed, or 100 things are going to be fixed or changed. So yeah, there's been a few couple changes. Just a few couple. Yeah. And the train's broken, which is upsetting a lot of people. All right, let's get a smudge on hand just in case. I'm going to bring another one of these guys. Oh, and salt. We want to check for a wraith. The train is supposed to move. It's literally supposed to go around the table down there. And for some reason, it's broken. Yeah, they're removing the grab and drop animation, but they're leaving the use animation. So I'm definitely hopeful things will feel better. Yeah. And not to mention, they're making it so when you see another player, you'll see the animation, but the player who's doing it will not, like on their end. So hopefully that helps for sure. for how small Kinetic Games is. They're damn good at staying on top of bugs and making new updates for the game, better than most major companies. Oh, for sure. It's just, I think the biggest thing that a lot of people have problems with is that it was just a really big flop of an update. It just felt like they didn't test it. They were just like, send it out. And yeah, it's definitely one of the worst updates they've ever had. And they're feeling it. And I think that they're doing everything that they can to try to fix it. And they're trying to keep things alive, keep it moving. So I give them that. Do I think it's harder on console? I don't know. I've never played on console before. So they've acknowledged, they've apologized. That's sus. I'm at 75 sanity. Interesting. Do I usually do perfects? It just depends how I feel. Some days I'll go for them, some days I don't. I think what... Oh, son of a bitch! I think sometimes I just am not in the mood to spend all that time going for it. And some days I am. Okay, walk back through this, you jerk. You're gonna do it when I do this. Possible demon, possible Thay. Not very eventy. I mean, the lights are on, so it's not going to do much throwing, but definitely an early hunter. Oh shit. I'm not paying attention. Well, I've had some... Really, dude? I've had some demons be very lazy. I haven't had 3 blowouts. I think we've had a single firelight blowout. Yeah, I've had demons act like pure shades. Will you come back and do this, please? Hello? Thank you. Damn, dude. No. Hey. Please? I'm just staying over here by the crucifix and by the stuff so I can run upstairs if I need to, but so I can stay down here and still get media. If I can. Nice little audio. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Record! Oh, I could have. I tried and it wouldn't right click. 2 blowouts, yeah, but it's already hunting. It's Onryo's off the table at this point. Good night, Spicy Peaches. But now it can try to murder us. Which definitely spices it up a little bit. Do I have dots down? No, this is a no evidence run. There, you son of a bitch. Locked. Open. We'll wait and hear Ghosty Speed. I could go to the garage, I guess, and try to turn the power on, but God forbid. See you, FNAF. Have a good one. Is using flashlight good? I mean, it can be. If you need to see. Oh, it's just it just was worded in a very strange way. Do Onryos always blow out 3 firelights before a hunt? No, the 3 firelight blowout thing is when you're trying to get it to use its ability. So that's at any sanity. If it blows out 3 firelights, it can try to hunt you. And that's above its threshold. I'm going to go to the garage and you're going to hunt me. Like, that's what's going to happen here. How much longer are you going to be on, bruh? I don't know, bruh. That sounds like a normal speed ghost, bruh. Les Demons. Yeah, you better run. All right, damn. They're so sensitive. Does he want a croissant? All right. Now, to be certain that it's a demon, we could do a smudge. Buy me 60 seconds, go to the truck to get some more. Excuse me. Did I just see my breath? Maybe not. What the hell did I just see? Totally normal. Yeah, it's fine. This ghost is strong AF, by the way. Change rooms? Nah, I don't think so. If it did, it's going to be over there because it's not setting the motion sensor off. No, the mist form would have made the sound. Unless it was completely silent, the mist form would have made the little ghost fat. But we did not have it. Negative on the fart ball. It's like this is a demon. Right? We think it is. Unless we're being fooled. Like old lazy bones over here. My Lanta. Sheesh. Alright, let's get more stuff. Anything in my hands? No, we're good. Watch this be a lazy demon. It almost has to be, right? Give. Do I have anything else useful up here? I've got like 30 seconds. Not really. Here, we could use this. Have it. Sounds like he needs to run. No, he doesn't. Actually, you know what? No. Come on, Norm. You're coming with. Yeah. Fully washed. How are you? Hurry up. Okay. Shit. I didn't do a good timer for a normal ghost, though. Yikes. Call him Nomi. Oh, we call him Norm. Fairly certain that it's a demon. Well, no. I was testing his durability. He's probably okay. Norm? Norm, you okay? Look, he's right here. He's fine. that there. Turn this off. God, it's loud. Take the bone just because. Norm's terrified. No, he's not. He's fine. Here's a question. Can I hear Norm through the parabolic microphone? I don't know what he said. Oh, that's a yes. What did he say? Better question. Can I hear Norm in the sound sensor in the truck? I need to know. I need to know. Can you record Norm's sound on the sound recorder as an interaction? I don't think you can. I'm not even 100% sure about that. Kind of pizza we getting? Large pan, cheese. Tanglewood residence. Oh, look at the puppers. Are you gonna hunt today, Hotshot, or what? Fine, I'll just read the paper about Maple Lawn. No, this is Patrick. Oh my God, you're so lazy. You are such a hooker. You're still a hooker. It just kicked the power again. F this ghost. Norm, he doesn't deserve you. Where's Norm? Norman? What did you do to our sweet Norm, you sick bastard? I can't even pick him up. How dare you? Our poor sweet Norm. All right. For science. Dude, it's feeling less like a demon now, which is really unfortunate. What the hell are you? All right, we got it covered. All right, Norm, speak to us. Speak to us, Norm. Tell us all the thoughts you think. I don't know what that sound was. Will this help us listen to it? Or does it make it worse? Hey, Queso, what's up? Good night, Redzilla. Gonna say worse? Yeah, probably. Sir Vanyo, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Why are you whispering? So I can listen. No, it makes it worse. We want to see if we can hear Norm in the sound sensor because I've never actually experienced that before. It's kind of my mission right now. It's my mission, it's my ambition. It's not going to happen, is it? Down for the mini side quest? We can hear it in the parabolic. Well, that answers that question. You can hear Norm through a sound sensor in the truck. I had no idea. Long time no see, bucko. See what he was saying. We've been in the truck for a long time. But we can't record him on the sound recorder? I don't think so. I mean, I could sure as hell give it another whack, give another whack at it. Here, what if I up my sanity? Give that a try. Cheese. Jeez, thank you for the 5 subs, Fredo. Thank you for the 6 subs. Oh, shit. Oh, great. Oh, boy. Here, we're just going to pill the F up. Pill the F up. Do I have a smudge on me? I do now. All right, let's do this. All right. After this, we will do the things. Yep. You kicked the power again. Yeah, if it hunts now, yeah, it's definitely a demon. Now, I swear, I feel like I've tried to record him before, and I couldn't. I could be wrong, though. Hilarious. Could absolutely be wrong about that. And I could just sit here and just hold record just in case. Might not be a bad idea. Need to let us record more stuff for sure. I think I've wanted to in the past. I just haven't had the opportunity to. Come on, Norm, speak. Gamer, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Cheese, thank you again. We'll see. What's up, Bishop? The power. Oh my god. Norp. No bandsaw, you weirdo. Shut up. I mean, he's spoken like 2 or 3 times already. No. Not falling for it.
Long time no see.
Nope. Nothing. Nothing. It would have been in front of me. Negative. So you're telling me we can hear him in the truck.
Hey, while the sun shines.
Now, I wonder, are we supposed to be able to record him? Is this kind of like the crucifix thing? Where we can't do it right now, but we're supposed to be able to. Was that make hay while the sun shines? That's correct. Bug report. I'm going to say something to them and just ask if we're supposed to be able to get interactions from him. Because it feels like such a waste if we can't. The train we can't move. We can record plushies, so I would think so. I would think so too. Especially because nobody is, like, physically nobody is messing with the ghost. So video or audio or something, and I don't think you can do anything with Norm. Yeah, because you can't do video, right? I don't think you can. If we aren't supposed to, can we make it we're supposed to, right? Like here. I'll go watch him with a video camera. How about the conch? Oh yeah, I could do that too. Actually here, 2-for-1 special. Let me go get it real fast. When in Rome, huh? Two for one, let's go. Mr. Song. Holy poop, he said. 77 months, man. Crazy how time flies. Love you, brother. Love you, Mr. Song. That is a hell of a long time, dude. What the hell? What's better, tier 2 headlamp or tier 3? Or tier 3 flashlight? Oh, I mean, that's up to you. Shut up. Where does it spawn? The living room, on the table. The ghost is giving you a chance to do science uninterrupted. I don't think it is. You're wondering if I think... Wait, what? You're wondering if I think the tier... Well, you can't video it. You're wondering if I think the tier 2 headlamp or the tier 3 flashlight is better. Well, that would depend. I mean, the tier 3 flashlight's stronger. Good night, Phantom. Have a good one, friend. Norm, speak. The conch scared the poop out of you? I think we've used up all of our Norm credits. I think they're all used up. I think we got a lot of information. I wonder if you can hear the conch from there. I assume so. Looks chilly in there. Yeah, we're just hanging out with the ghostie. I'm gonna be honest, like, we think it's a demon, but is it acting like a demon right now? Certainly ain't. We had a 75% hunting ghost. Wait. It was at like 75, right? Not at like 70? Is this just a lame, like, yokai? At first, I was thinking, maybe this is... What if this is like a Kormos? After midnight for me. Good luck in the rest of the games. Thank you, Stella Rider. We won't be going much longer. I mean, I probably was talking out loud. Ghosty. Hello. I'm going to take your beer. Could be a mimic. We don't have any orbs. I might take this upstairs. Put this over. I'm just thinking Abe Lincoln. Just thinking Abe Lincoln. Do I try to do a Kormos test? Because is it possible that... No, because that Kormos would be like... I think Kormos is 70, not 75. Let's try a yokai test. I'm just... It's hunting. Cruci, I brought it upstairs. Interesting. Seems quick. Seems normal speed to me. But also did not feel like a yokai. No, it's a no evidence run, Nocturne. That seemed fast, though. Is it just a lame-ass demon? I have, like, 0 sanity. I'm gonna smudge this time. Another lazy? It's what it seems like. Yeah, Ottoman. That's what I was thinking about, was about the whole sprinting in the room thing with the Kormos, but I wasn't at 70. I was higher than 70 whenever that ghost tried on me. That hunt right there felt fast. That felt faster than 25 seconds. Which is why I wanted to smudge, and we'll do a 60-second test because it'll be a bit more obvious. Oh my god. Been wanting to play Phas with me. How much longer do you think you're gonna have to wait? Well, until I have a Phasmo day, and if you're able to actually get into the queue. Yeah. That's a demon. Wow. I had my doubts. I had my doubts. Even the demon's like, dude, it's after midnight. Will you please just get out of the house? Yeah, if we hit the goal for the month, then we'll add another viewer day to the following month as well. So right after all of the Phasmo stuff starts getting fixed, we'll have another viewer day. Damn. All right, Norm, I need you to stay safe down there, big guy. Love you. We're gonna leave Norm here. Ghost wanted to watch you do science. Oh, maybe the ghosty felt left out. Look how long of a delay that is. All right. That's gotta be a demon, man. Das gotta be a demon. Holy crap.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs
We
ready
just
for you.
sat there and sat there and sat there. Just nothing. Lazy bones. It used its ability once, which technically when it goes to use the ability to hunt you at any sanity, it's not even a guarantee. When it does that, it's possible that it fails. So it could go to do it and then not actually do it. Yeah, 237 interactions. Yeah. 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 Wow. Intradasting. Well, we know what that means. We know what that means. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Trying to close out the cheat sheet. There we go. Thank you for your service, Norm. Well, I'm just more curious now than ever if we're supposed to be able to record his interactions, because the fact that we can hear them in the parabolic microphone and hear them in the truck makes me very curious. I don't know. I don't know. All right. Let's spin it and see what happens. Phoenix Storm, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Welcome in, friend. How are you? How was? All right. Time for the thing. Oh. Oh, damn it. Very close. It was good. Played some Nightmare. Nice. That's exactly what I was just doing. Oh, yippee skippy. Delish. I have nothing to drink, do I? Shit. I need something to drink. No merchandising. That's not what we landed on. Better than ranch soda? Oh, hell yeah. Way better than ranch soda. No, I'm not drinking a ranch soda to chug it down with. You've lost your mind. You've lost it. You've lost the plot. I need to order more of these. We are low. Skunk bean? No, it's like burnt tire or something like that. Ay, caramba. How about a good root beer? I don't have any root beer, Night Raptor. What's on the menu? Well, allow me. I grabbed a handful. So we have a couple, well, there's a few on here that are just automatic losses because they're awful any way you do it. Like the yellow one is wet dog or banana. Like banana flavored things are awful. So that's a loss. Burnt rubber or licorice. Bad. Another really awful one. You have stinky socks or tutti frutti, which, okay, that's good. The toothpaste or berry blue, that's fine, but that's going to be absolutely destroyed by all the other flavors. Yeah, and then, what is this one? What the hell are you? What are you? And then a stink bug or toasted marshmallow. Yeah, I'll just do one. That doesn't feel right. Do they not? Oh, no, they do. I just don't have any left. I need to order more. Yeah, just running low on the beans. I'm not just, no, I don't just do one. Oh, man. How many is that? I don't know. 7, 8? All the flavors together, it's like what I am tasting right now. I don't think I want to describe. I feel like if I dropped a hot dog like on asphalt That's what this would taste like. I have nothing to drink. I have a little bit of coffee. It'll be fine. I think the burnt tire did it. I forgot about the Starburst beans. I forgot. You're right. These are way stronger. Still taste it. All right, that's better. I totally forgot. These are strong AF. I'll buy Izzy more beans. She'll be fine. She'll be fine. What did I come back to? Nothing. Thank you, Cheese. I totally forgot, dude. Thank you. Well, good times. So, what I want to do is I want to change up for my daily what it is. No, maybe every time, maybe every other. I don't know. I'll have to decide. But that way, it's not the same thing every single time. I think it would just be, it would keep it interesting. Good night, Overgrown. Have a good one, friend. Oh my, that was... I don't like that. I feel like my taste buds are getting stronger. 7:37 in the morning for you? Damn. E-Gamer, welcome in. What a time to show up. Hello. Good to see you. Good to have you, friend. Yeah, I feel like my taste buds are getting better. Like, way stronger. I'm able to recognize way more stuff. Not good. Not good when you're doing gross crap. Starburst jelly beans are so good. Oh, man. Yeah, what I do is I've got like a container in the back of my room for the kiddos. So they'll come in and they'll grab a handful. Okay. Why am I logged out? How long have you been eating these beans for? The ones I just put in my mouth? Oh, dude, I'm chewing them to get rid of all the taste. I'll chew them for an extra hour if I have to. Hold on. It's making me log back into Twitch. Give me a sec. They're getting more expensive. They are. Especially if you buy that jug. Like the big jug of them. I know. It's definitely not getting cheaper. Okay. Oy vey. I can still taste it a little bit. Well, I'll go chug mouthwash or something. It'll be fine. You were never a fan of jelly beans? I didn't mind jelly beans at all, but the Starburst ones, they were a different world, man. They are so good. All right. YouTube's Geek, we're gonna end it soon. We're gonna keep going on Twitch for a little bit for a tidbit. So if you want to come over and hang, please do. We're going to talk our way out, and then we'll go find someone to say hello to. Love Starburst. Oh, they're so good, man. It's more of a texture. Can't do it. I understand. I'm that way with a few foods. It's honestly not even the taste with some of them. It's just it's the texture. The consistency I can't do. Like, I'm not a huge cake fan, and the reason is because the consistency. I feel like I'm eating a sponge. What's the special occasion? Just us just continuing to stream. Yeah. 25 for a bag? My God. Some are dry. Yeah. I've had cake before that I didn't mind. It was fine, but it was more of like it was more of a moist cake. It was definitely not dry. When do I stream? I normally stream on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 8:30 p.m. and then I stream Sunday at 1. If I ever change that, if there's an adjustment to my schedule, I have a channel, an event channel in my server that literally will list my calendar and like what's coming up for streams. But if you ever just need my typical stream schedule, it's in chat right there. Yeah. No, you're good, Stick. Stream was good. Stream was good. We did the weekly, then we did some perfect nightmares. Those were good. Did a no evidence run. We had Norm talk to us in the truck, which was cool. That was different. The issue is too much frosting on the cake, not a pleasant texture. See, the frosting is the part that I like. Ghost Reaper, good to see you. How are you? We're gonna drop by. No, I appreciate you, Stick. It's good to see you. Always good to see you, friend. Ghost Reaper, thank you for the follow. Oh man. Handful of beans, always so delish and good and yum. Like the schedule can usually catch you after work, which is perfect. Nice. Fruit pastel? Wait, fruit what? What is that? Some of your favorite candy. What is that? Oh, those. Oh man, I feel like I haven't seen those. That's not a candy from the States, right? They're British exclusive. I feel like I've seen those before. I probably had a friend that probably got them in. Follow the 24/7 channel a few months ago. I thought it was the main one. Oh no. Well, it's great to have you over here, friend. Airhead Extreme Sours are probably my favorite. Don't know why I grew up eating a lot of Airheads. Yeah. You can get them at places like World Market. Maybe that's what they did. I do feel like I recognize them. For sure. Let them melt in your mouth and then they deliberately give you the urge to chew them. Ooh, interesting. I'll have to do that sometime. I'll need to like pick a region and then just get like some of the popular foods or candies or something and test them out with like the family or something. I think that'd be fun. Bonkers candy? What the hell is bonkers candy? We're having a Google spree. Bonkers. From Nabisco? What was bonkers? Bonkers fruit candy. I don't know if I know what this... Wait, maybe I do. The one picture of it looks really familiar. I went to hang out with some of my Hunt Showdown friends when I was on my trip and brought them Canadian snacks. Ooh, interesting. Always get snacks and candy you can't get at home. See, that's cool. Like a fruit chew from the 80s. See, I feel like the actual candy itself I recognize, but the like Bonkers, the branding, I don't recognize. This old lady, oh my god. Bonkers bonks you out with watermelon flavor, mouth-watering watermelon candy, and extra fruity, middle chewy, fruity Bonkers. Comes in strawberry, grape, and orange too. Hershey chocolate's one of your favorite American candy bars you've ever tried. I love Hershey's. A lot of people don't think because I'm not like the biggest like chocolate chip cookie lover, or I don't like brownies or things like that. They're like, oh, you must hate chocolate. Like, no, I love Hershey's chocolate. Milk chocolate, love to death. It's I don't eat it often because I would eat too much. Caramello is one of your favorites. Yeah, those are good. Have you had Tim Tams before? They're an Australian classic and starting to pop up in America from what I've seen. I have never tried them. I've heard of them, never tried them. Godiva is so much better. Hey, Hershey's still good. Okay? For some of us that were not raised on money. Easter's a big problem. I consume chocolate too much then. We have like a mixed bag between like actual beans, which they love to death, the, Starburst beans, but then also tons and tons of extra chocolate, which, yeah, becomes a problem for us too. Cadbury chocolate's one of your favorites. That's good stuff. There's a British chocolate called Yorkies, the blue one, which is the regular chocolate. It's so good. See, that's like, I'm sure there's places I could probably go and like purchase boxes of like different candies from different regions. But I definitely don't want to pay an arm and a leg for that. I'll do some research. I'll see what I can find. See what I can find. I remember we tried some Japanese different types of foods once. I don't even remember the service, what it was, but man, they were interesting. The Harry Potter jelly beans are fun. It's the same thing as Bean Boozled. It's basically the same. Yorkies are considered the chocolate bar for men as they advertise. For men? What the hell does that mean? Their demographic is dudes. They don't want to sell chocolate bars to women. Hungry for candy? No, I'm not. Now that you mention it, not really. Did you guys hear about all this hubbub about the PlayStation stuff? Did you guys hear about that? It's just random stuff from time to time that I'm catching like here or there. Not a fan. You know, it's an interesting thing because as a nostalgia lover and somebody that loves collecting things like games and movies and stuff like that, it's like my kids have consoles that don't have disc readers on them, but that doesn't mean that I want them to stop making physical games. It's just, it was easier for them because they don't have to try to find all these games and discs and take care of them and not destroy them because they will. But the fact that they want to go completely discless at a certain point is just crazy. It's crazy. And what that means is that means that physical media is going to be on a big rise soon. Meaning the cost of getting physical media is going to go up. And that kind of sucks. I got people are upset, but should have seen it coming. I mean, yeah, you could see it's like even seeing it coming. It's still like the fact that they're willing to do it. I don't know. It's tough. Xbox will do it next. I almost guarantee it. Yep. Next step will be consoleless. Caramba. I feel like physical copies are like trophies. I like the physical rep of my games. I just like being able to own the game, not just own the rights to play it. You know what I mean? Just like with Steam, we no longer own the games we purchase. We lease the rights to them, which means that they also have the ability to remove it from your library. I'm pretty sure. Now, I know that, like, there are certain things like discontinuing services and like not uphold and not keeping a game going that was an online game that was getting a lot of attention over in the UK, where they were trying to do that whole like stop killing games, whatever it was called thing, which is awesome. Fully support that because I agree that's like you're paying for a game that can no longer be played. That sucks. We don't own, we get given tokens to play them. Yeah, basically it's what it feels like. Right. PC did it first a long time ago. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, that's also why PlayStation and Xbox and these consoles were standing out, because you still could do things like go find old games and play them and I own them. I think that's for me is the biggest thing, is that you own it. I have a room in my basement that has over 500 VHSs in it that I own, that are mine. I don't lease them. I don't borrow the license to play them occasionally. I can do with them as I please. I don't have to pay for a service to watch them. I can just watch them. And that's why I think I love it so much, is because they are just there and at the ready. We would have kept playing and they killed it. Yeah. Oh, F13. Yep. Just shut it down. Shut it down completely. Don't have to watch with commercials unless you want to, which can actually be pretty great. All about money now, I'm afraid. Seems like they don't care about customers owning anything. They just want to own the customers. They just want to keep what they want to do is by not printing out physical games, it's costing them less to do the same thing, and then they're charging more. So They're not making a physical copy of the game, but they're still charging $80 to $100 for it. Prop and Seek, same thing. We love that game. Yeah. Still have a huge collection of anime, VHS, DVD, Blu-ray. I can watch it whenever I want, not have to worry about where to stream it. Licensing changes all the time. Yep. Yep. Oh, we'll be ending soon, Athena. Oh, for sure. It's almost 1 a.m. I do work from home on Tuesdays, which is mint. But yeah, we'll be ending soon. There is a good chance, though, that I might go live during lunch tomorrow and do my lunchtime live. And maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that on Kick. Get my PlayStation 3 is an exclusive only Blu-ray player. It's just perfect. Oh yeah, that is a perfect way to use that console. Yep. That's one thing I saw. Even though you might buy it digitally, you still pay physical price. Exactly. And then you're not getting any more from the product. Right, which is a problem. Yeah, like I've got in that room, I've got a bunch of old consoles ranging from Nintendo to PS2, Xbox 360, I mean, N64, you name it. And I've got a bunch of games for all of them. And I don't have licenses for them. My first DVD player was a PlayStation 2, but it works. But it worked. Have a good night, Spooky Queen. But it worked. I don't know. I'm very torn about it because, you know, like I said, my kids, they use a discless console right now. So like all their games are digital, right? So I don't know. Built a server in my house, uploaded my physical media to it, use Jellyfin to watch them on devices. I hate when streaming apps remove things and you have to wait for them to come back. That's a really great idea. And I saw a clip literally today of somebody talking about like ripping old movies and games. No, I don't know about games. Ripping old movies so that way you can have them digitally yourself and then you host them on a server. And there's people that do crazy stuff with that kind of stuff where they'll do TV shows and they'll create live channels where they actually intersplice commercials purposefully in between shows that randomize so that it acts like it's TV. And then they show like old shows, not new shows, old ones that were paced for the way that a human should take it in. Not like this every second there's a new scene showing up just because you have to appease to the crowd that needs everything to change now. That is what screwed people up. The pacing of old movies and shows was a lot better. A lot better. Now everyone needs attention. But a good place. Faz had loaded up, ready to play. Realized I could watch it live today. Been a pleasure. Happy to contribute. Oh, I appreciate you, Power Plug. Thank you again. Almost 3 p.m. for you. 1 a.m. for you. Oh yeah, it's almost 1 a.m. for me. Yeah. Almost the sleepies. I know. I'm really terrible with it because I get off stream and then I want to download the VOD and then I'll work on a past VOD to make a video and then decide, well, do I stay up and eat something and watch a video real quick? Or do I stay up and continue working on thumbnails? It's a never ending cycle. But the thing is that I love doing it. That's the thing. If I didn't enjoy doing it, I wouldn't do it. When do you sleep? Eventually. I had a really bad time sleeping last night. I don't know what the hell was going on. I went to sleep at like 1 or 2 in the morning and I woke up at like 4 and I couldn't go back to sleep. I'm like, what the hell is going on? I tried. I just laid there and laid there and laid there. I was like, don't pick up your phone. Don't scroll. If you start scrolling, you're never going to stop. Sleep is optional. Was it the heat? I mean, it wasn't that bad in my house. It really wasn't. It was a little warm, but really it was like not even that warm. It was like 75 degrees, 74, 75, which is a little warmer than I normally have it. Trust me, we have it like 70 usually. But even then, no, I don't know what it was, man. Just tossing and turning. Yep. Tossing and turning. Thank you for the 24/7 VOD. I watch it a lot. I'm glad, Knight. I'm glad. Like I said, I will download more recent VODs and I'll get them uploaded for sure to that channel. It's one of the reasons I love winter. I know. I'm a hot sleeper, so like I love when it's cold. I love it cold. Super cold. I don't care if I'm frigid. I'll figure it out. I will figure it out. I can't sleep in any heat here in the UK houses. The heat is abysmal. I can't imagine, especially in a house where you can't have air conditioning. Like the house is not supposed to have it, right? That sucks. I can't imagine, dude. Night, Starbucks. Have a good one, friend. And Jay, thank you for the follow. Sleeping in the cold is better for your body anyway. Exactly. And not to mention, with the way that I sleep on my side, they say it's actually better rather than sleeping on the right side. I'm a left side sleeper. If my room is even slightly warm, I just can't sleep. Well, like, I literally put my entire body on the covers. I don't even go under. If it's hot enough, I'm like, nah, never mind. It's the comfort channel when you can't sleep. Well, I'm glad it's there for you. I used to have a fan in my face. That's the way that I have a fan next to me. Literally here, arm's distance. It is here. Like, here's my hand, fan. Right there on me. Because this room gets warm. I used to have it like that distance from my face when I was sleeping. And then finally I got away from it. And we have like a ceiling fan and all that jazz. But yeah, I needed it. I was like, I need to be cool. Right next to my pillow. My partner hates it. Oh yeah, my wife gets cold very easily. Left side sleeper as well, but I prefer the burrito bundle method. Our houses are made to insulate heat from the outside, so when the winter comes, it's warmer in the house than wasting energy to maintain the heat in the house. Right, but then when it's warm, right, and there's a heat wave, it literally just captures all of it. Ugh, I can't, man. Sleep with a fan on me every single night, even in winter. When I was in college, we used to have our dorm room set to like 60 degrees all year. It's just, and I roomed with a guy with a friend that was also just super warm all the time. So it was great. Feel vindicated. It's not just me. Oh no, it's not just you. Oh no, it's all of us. It's all of us. All right, let's go raid, friends. Thank you guys for hanging out and shooting this shit with me all the time. I appreciate you guys. Know that I am in Discord randomly throughout the day. I'm popping in here or there. Always open to random conversations. You guys know that. And then Wednesday, we are going to be doing community Mecha Chameleon. So if you own it, awesome. You're ready to rock. If you don't and you want to play, I'll probably do the same sort. I don't know. I'm going to try to use the same system that I use for people to join games. We'll do it the same way, I think. For Wednesday, we'll just do it with Mecha Chameleon. And we'll see how it works. If we need to adjust our strategy, we'll do what we need to do, but we'll figure it out. Good night, Bird. Glad I was able to make it into the stream. Have fun Wednesday. I'll be at work that night. I appreciate you. Off to bed. Good night. Good night, friends. Appreciate you. Thank you, Rastin. Oh my God. Gamer fans ready to rock. Talk over all the whistles for me if you play. Shut up, break. You shut your lips. All right, let's go. Let me mute this. I'm telling you, it's just like you don't even intentionally do it. You don't even mean to do it. You just do it. I'm telling you, it is just this like internal thing, this internal clock that she has accidentally programmed where it's like, oh, here comes the whistle. So do you remember that one time? Like, what the hell? Yeah, it just happens every time. Every single time. It's so funny though. I need to look at new maps. I'm gonna try to download some new maps. And then I'll probably keep the lobby sizes to like, I don't know, like 8, maybe 7 or 8 people, maybe ish. We'll see. But thank you guys so much for all the love always. I'll figure out what we're going to do for the daily goal for Wednesday. I'm not really sure. Yeah, 10 could be good. Yeah, maybe 10. 10 might actually be a good number. All right. Big Shoe is still hilarious. All right. If you're a follower, that first message is for you. If you're a sub, that one's for you. If you are a creepy tier 3, you get your own. We are going to go raid the amazing, the phantasmic Hadrona. Hattie is currently playing some Phasmo. We're going to go say hi, but you guys are awesome. Thank you guys always for all the love and support. You guys are the freaking best. I love you guys. If you're not following any of the socials, they're in chat, all of the stuffs. If you ever lose any of that stuff and you need to get it again, in the Discord at the top, I actually have channels for all that stuff. So there's a socials channel. There is a events channel that shows my schedule and all the things. Okay. But love you guys. Thank you guys so much for everything. I will see you guys on Wednesday for community games. Goodbye.